with, let's go through the agenda of module 1. Yeah, so we obviously will be discussing about the main basic concepts and stuff. So, later on through the entire course, words relevant to the content writing and stuff won't be jargons to you guys. So yeah, we'll be going in more into language skills and, tips on building your vocabulary, how to come up with a great title and all of that. So tactical versus strategy, expert and influencer, aggregation and agglomeration, tones and its types, different styles of writing, how to sentence your structure, how to structure your sentence, common grammatical errors, then the spelling differences of UK and the US, transactional cost, creative and technical writing, readability versus your searchability, a lot into your punctuation rules, your content formats, then a content flow and presentation, and different usage of words and stuff. All right, so let's get started. So the very first thing is, what is content, right? So since this is a content writing course, our very first question would be, what is content? Yeah. So yes, so content, in fact, it is more than just text and writing. It involves a lot of your video, your audio, your images, your, anything that basically which you can communicate your ideas or your message. Of course, the writing being the most significant part, but you have your GIFs, you have your infographics, which means to say, you have your images and you put on your information on those images. So, it is like information and graphics, those are infographics. So yeah, of course, writing being the most prominent and the significant part of your content, but video, audio visuals, then you have your podcasts. Again, let me tell you, podcasts are your videos, which are then your audio files, which become your audio files. So you can say the videos, recordings, which are then saved as an audio. So yes, in publishing, art and communication, content is the information and experiences that are directed towards an end user or audience. So let's look into some pro tips for effective writing. A head-turning headline. So yes, obviously now content is as important as the design and the aesthetics of your website, right? So when I'm talking about this, it means to say the interface of your website. Now take for example, when you download an app, or when you go into a website, the very first thing is the look and feel, the user experience that you have with it, right? So that's about your content as well. The moment you write a piece, when a person is, reading your piece, they have to have that, great design and all of that. So that being the first thing. And obviously this will towards the end result in more traffic to your website. So when I say more traffic, again, let me tell you, traffic means the number of people visiting your website. The more number of people visiting your website, the more traffic you are having for your website. So having more traffic also involves getting more sales for your product, getting more sales for your services, or you can say getting more number of people if you've monetized your website and making more money. So write a head-turning headline. That is, if your headline doesn't really spark interest or stir an emotion, obviously the reader whom you are trying to attract or your readers would not be really interested in your topic, correct? So the next thing is a hook that grabs their attention. So you get only 3 seconds to keep your readers hooked after the headline. So of course you have like a great headline and all of that. So now what happens, your readers would now be interested into clicking onto your headline and now entering your website and reading your entire piece. So the first 3 seconds lets them decide if they would really be interested to stick on to this particular piece, or obviously hit back and go on to your competitor. Competitor in the sense, the other people who have alternate content or, similar content to yours. So obviously you do not want your competitors to have more traffic than you would, right? So you need to have a hook that grabs their attention. And then the next thing is you need to do your research. Obviously, the main thing about writing is your research. So let me tell you, your research is 60% of your writing involves your research, then 20% is your actual writing, and the remaining 20% is your proofreading and your editing. Proofreading and editing in the sense, all the changes and stuff that you really need to do to make your content look polished. So focus on a single purpose. Yes, so when you're trying to communicate a specific message, make sure you do not have, you're not beating around the bush. Make sure you're sticking to one single message and one single purpose in one particular blog. If you have like too many messages that you're trying to convey in one single blog, it's not really going to serve the purpose, and your content is going to be lost without a proper or a defined conclusion which your readers are looking for. Write in a unique voice. Now, what do you mean by a unique voice? Here it means your company's personality, the brand image your company is having. You need to have a strong brand image for your company. So write in a unique voice that is relevant only and specific to your company or your brand. Optimize digital content. So the best digital content obviously consists of, short paragraphs, short sentences, bulleted points, and all of that. So when you have like really clustered or cluttered kind of content and paragraphs, that's again not going to be really trying to grab the attention of the reader. So all you need to do is you need to try and stick to one particular message. You need to convey one particular message. You need to have like a strong, great title, and you need to have a very crisp and a very great opening. And yeah, all of your content has to be in short paragraphs. When I say short paragraphs, the ideal length of a paragraph is 5 to 6 lines. You can say 100 to 120 words. Not more than that. Make sure you break in between. Then experienced content creators. Obviously, now, the brands, when they are trying to, send out strong messages to their readers or to their potential customers and stuff, they need someone who has been there in the business. So experienced content creators would definitely be the ideal look out for, new brands who are trying to reach their content to more number of people. Okay, so tactical and strategy next. So before that, let me just tell you what strategy is. So a strategy, you may say strategy is a plan, and strategy is, trying to reach your plan and all of that. Yes. So strategy is to understand all the available options and knowing what not to do. So when you know what you're not supposed to be doing, you're ideally and essentially left with what to do. So this is the best strategy that you need to apply for your content strategy as well. So the word content strategy was first introduced by IBM, which is pretty common in the West and a little new to the Indian market. So content strategy is, having a strategy, having the goal set, having a message in mind, where you want to reach your brand with your content and all of that. So that we will definitely look into more of that, but let us just look into the concepts now. So yes, strategy is a long term that considers purpose of existence, broader objectives, and long-term goals for an organization. Whereas tactical is, you have your short baby steps that you are trying to move forward with. So that's your tactical approach, the baby steps that help you to get to your bigger goals. And then once you've reached your bigger goal, the ultimate goal is to reach your mission and vision. So the baby steps that are helping you get through your mission and vision, it's your tactical approach. Now we are moving on to expert and influencer. Yes, and another thing to talk before going into the other topics, another thing that's quickly coming up to my mind is the keywords are actually the most important part of our writing, and we need to incorporate keywords that our readers are looking for and include those keywords into our pieces of writing. It's only then that it would be relevant to them, and it's only then that we would be able to get business onto our website for our products or for our services, anything that we are looking to increase our page rank. So I'll give you a few examples now, talking about low budget cost and budgeted airlines or cheap flights. We need to make sure that we include the keywords that people around the world are looking for, which is going to be most apt for our website. So you may say that, yes, on my website, I want to include, budgeted airlines because it kind of seems a little dignified and I do do not want to include cheap flights. If you do that, you are going to be at loss, because most of the people, 74 lakh queries we get each month, for the word cheap flights. So when people are actually searching for flights, they do not sit down to be dignified. It's just them and Google. So like I told you, they do not bother about structuring their keyword. They just simply type cheap flights and they want results quickly. So if your website, say for example, if you're into the trip website, or you kind of like make a Go IB Boss, something like that. If you do not have the word cheap flights incorporated onto your website is not going to be throwing up, right? So you want your website also to show up when people are looking for anything, or like cheap flights or low budgeted flights and all of that. So you need to make sure you include the keywords and incorporate keywords that people are looking for. So with that, definitely I'll take you through Google Planner, and with Google Keyword Planner, that'll help us to understand the keywords that people are looking for in order for us to go ahead and use those keywords which would be specific to our blogs. So yes, so low budget and budgeted flights, you get only around hundreds to thousands of searches per month, whereas cheap flights get around 74 lakh queries each month. So we cannot behave classy and dignified and say, I do not want this cheap word into my website, because we cannot dictate terms to Google, right? So when I say we cannot dictate terms to Google, so it means to say our bargaining power is less in comparison to Google and in comparison to our readers. So who are we? We are writers. So our bargaining power is second to none when it comes to dealing with Google and when it comes to dealing with your readers, because you cannot tell your reader that no matter what, I want my content to show up. No matter what, Google, you have to show up my content on the very first page. No matter what, dear reader, do not read content from XYZ. I want you to read content only from my end. We cannot do that, right? Yeah. Okay. So expert and influencer. If you are not an expert, you need to act as an influencer. So who are experts and who are influencers, and how does this influence our content marketing? So an expert is a person who is very knowledgeable or skillful in a particular area. Experts are adding new layers of knowledge and add unique pieces of information. So they are the ones who are actually, you can say, into manufacturing the product, who know in depth, and they write content with, talking about the features of the product, or, talking about why I should be buying their product and all of that. That's one part of it. Coming to an influencer. An influencer is an individual who has the power to affect the purchase decision of others because of his or her authority, knowledge, position, or relationship with the audience, right? So this is why they rope in your celebrities, because they are influencers. And the celebrities, if your loved celebrity says that, yes, I use this shampoo or I use this cream, what happens? It has an impact on the audience. So the audience also tend to buy that particular cream or that particular brand of clothes or that particular brand of toothpaste, no matter, even if it is Kajol advertising for Colgate wearing a doctor's blazer. They don't bother about that. They just bother that, yes, Kajol is my favorite heroine, and if she kind of uses Colgate, I definitely would. So that's your influencer. So talking about influencer in a more broader sense is, you have your Instagram influencers. So Instagram, where you have more number of followers and stuff. So normal people have also become celebrities because of their fan following. Overnight, suddenly it just booms, and one post or one picture gets viral. What happens? You end up gaining a lot of followers. So brands have kind of looked into this, and they are, they're collaborating with these influencers to kind of push their product. So if we happen to see a person having 1 lakh followers and all that, so a brand may be like, wow, it's nice, it's good to rope in him and ask him to be an advertiser for my brand. Probably if I'm into selling, say, bags or shoes or something like that, I would be like, yes, he would be definitely a good brand ambassador on Instagram to influence his audience to buy my products. So that's another part of influencing. The third part of influencing, first we spoke about the celebrities, right? Then you also have your Instagram influencing thing. Then another thing is, these days websites are also having an influence marketing kind of a thing. So earlier I spoke to you about how we could bid with Google for keywords and trying to push my content higher than the rest and stuff. So likewise, now websites, they are also having something as influence marketing. So like I told you, my website is into echoedemotions.com, and I write about love and relationship, about feminism, about self-motivation, and all positive stuff and all of that. And I think you've heard of this website, which is Thought Catalog, which is one of the great websites on Facebook, very popular one, in fact, very popular in the US as well. So even they write on the same lines, talking about feminism and love and relationship and zodiac signs and all of that. And they have an option as influence marketing now, because they have a great influence into the business, and have a great influence over the audience. Their traffic is like extreme on daily basis. So instead of me bidding with Google and telling Google, that, say, for example, I've written on self-motivation, rather than bidding on this word self-motivation with Google, there's another option wherein I could go to Thought Catalog, and obviously they have, send in your email for influence marketing. All of that is there on their website. So if I kind of use their influence to get more number of people to reach my website, that would also be a good option. So this is how companies are playing with their power. And yes, of course, which is good, playing around with the power for the benefit of the others as well. So basically it's like a win-win situation. I'm winning because I'm getting more number of visitors through Thought Catalog, and Thought Catalog is winning because they have more content to show people, and they also are making money out of it. So that's your expert and influencer. Now, what is transactional cost? So transactional cost possesses three components. That's your human effort, monetary effort, and your time cost. Earlier, I spoke to you about aggregation and agglomeration stuff, right? So when you aggregate your content, that is when you have more number of topics with the same message in one single blog, then what's going to happen? You are going to save the monetary effort, you're going to save the human effort, and you're also going to be saving the time of your readers. And this is a great strategy which you need to incorporate. So yeah, so like I said, talking again, I'll give you another example. If we are talking about things to visit in Bangalore, one blog, or if we have things to visit in Mysore on one blog, things to visit in Coorg, one blog. Instead, what you can do is have, things to visit or tourist places in Karnataka, and you can cover up a little bit of Coorg, a little bit of Bangalore, main important parts in Mysore, and then, like I told you, give hyperlink to every single topic that you are talking about. So whoever is interested, if they like the description, what's going to happen? They are going to click on that particular link, hyperlink, and they're going to read the entire blog. So likewise, you're also making your audience and the readers stay more connected with your blog. That is reading more number of blog posts on your website, which is again counted as a good strategy to gain more number of people. That is to increase your page rank and to get more traffic and all of that. Yes. Okay. Aggregation and agglomeration. So aggregation and agglomeration, what do you mean by this? So this is, have you heard of Trivago? I'm sure we all have. In fact, talking about Trivago, the first thing a little while ago that used to come to our mind is the guy, the brand ambassador, the one who used to come marketing Trivago over and over again. So probably that would have been their brand strategy to just, try and push this brand ambassador as much as possible. So, like him or hate him, he is going to be there in our mind. Definitely. So that's like a strong strategy set. So talking about Trivago, I just want to give you an example. So what does Trivago usually do? So they are into, they are into looking into different websites like Go IBIBO or Make My Trip and all of that. And together they have all results on one single page. So that reduces your time, of course, that reduces your time, your effort. You don't have to go into website A, website B, website C, and then do your research and then see which is the cheapest hotel being offered, right? So the prices and everything is on one single page, and that is a great strategy by Trivago. So that is your aggregation. There's much more contextual and flow of communication in a definite direction, which is more focused and it is much easier. So agglomeration is your Google. So when you have loosely integrated content, that is your agglomeration. So your Google is a search engine, right? So when we just type in, hotels to visit near me, so Google is going to show you an entire list on the entire search result page. So then you have to go to website A, website B, website C, and then do your research. So sticking to aggregation, like how Trivago has really found a loophole and what people are really looking for, and then coming up with a great strategy to sticking to their, what do you say, to how their business is going, and getting more number of people onto their website because much more easier to navigate and stuff. So let's look at how we could apply a little bit of this into our content. Now, when we are writing a blog, say for example, we are writing about the different tiger reserves in India. If at all, we just have to stick to one tiger reserve, say we are talking about Gir, okay, in one blog. And in our next blog, we are talking about Kabini. And in our third blog, we are talking about, say, Ranthambore. So there are 3 different blogs. So that would be our agglomeration. However, to make things easier, if we incorporate all of these 3 topics in one single blog, it's going to be much more easier for our audience or for our readers. So if they are looking into tiger reserves around India, our blog is covered all of the tiger reserves that they are looking for. So we are saving that time instead of them looking at website A, which only talks about Ranthambore, or blog number B that talks only about Gir, or third one that really talks about Kabini. So this is the way we should try and incorporate more number of topics sticking in one single blog. Obviously, the main message, like I said, do not confuse with your message. Stick to one message. The ultimate message is to inform your readers about the different tiger reserves in India. So this is some great thing that we could learn from Trivago. Or you also have your Policy Bazaar. You also have n number of, in fact, Ola and Uber are also the same thing, right? Sit at your doorstep. You have just sit to get down to booking. You have the auto available. You have I think they've come up with bikes as well now. You have the car, you have the Premier. Just type in your destination and you have n number of options available. So then, same way, when you have blog in one blog, when you have Gir, Tiger, Gir Forest, Ranthambore, and your XYZ. So then what happens? You can give a hyperlink of Gir Forest that would take them to another blog on your website, which is talking in detail about your Gir Forest. And on Ranthambore, give them a hyperlink that talks in detail only about Ranthambore. So in this one blog, what you can do is just give brief descriptions about different tiger reserves around India. That's about your aggregation and your agglomeration. Now, before looking into this, going into the next topic, in between, like I said, I'll be discussing a lot of concepts for you to understand. So keywords, I'm sure we've all heard of keywords, and keywords to you would be different from what other people think keywords would be. So each one have their own perception about what keywords are. But when it comes down to writing and when it comes down to Google, obviously keywords are the most important part of our writing. So yes, the 99% of the searches on Google are based on keywords. So what are keywords? You open a Google window, what was running through your mind, you sit down and type it out very briefly without, trying to frame your sentence in the right way. It's just very brief. Whatever you type in, you expect results to come for the same. Now, if you are looking for chocolates, what you do is you just type in chocolates, right? So when you type in chocolates, obviously all stuff related to chocolates is going to show up. So this is because of Google spiders. Now Google spiders understands that I am looking for chocolates. Here I've typed chocolates, so chocolates are my keywords. So Google spiders software that links my keywords with the content that shows up. So when I type chocolates, obviously I'm not going to be getting red t-shirt or white t-shirt, nothing of that sort. It's whatever related to my keywords is what I would be showing up on my search engine result page. So what is my search engine result page? When I type in my keyword, whatever shows up on Google, like this entire page, this is called my search engine result page. Okay. Now, another thing I want to show you is you have here something as sponsored. So, you have all of this as sponsored content. So what do you mean by this? Sponsored means to say that these guys here, we have Cadbury, and Me, Dotton, Ferns and Petals, Flipkart, and all of that. They are advertising for chocolates with Google. It means to say for this particular word chocolates, because I've typed chocolates, they are showing up. So for the particular word chocolates, they are bidding a price with Google. So obviously, since they are bidding a higher price for the rest of, before the rest of other websites and stuff like that. So higher bidders would obviously be shown on the very first page. So as you go next page and next page, you would see there are some other websites that are coming after these. So the highest bidder should show up first. Yeah, and only when I click on this, that is called pay per click. So each time a person clicks on the advertisement, now when I click on this, Cadbury would be liable to pay Google because Cadbury has advertised for the word chocolate with Google, right? So this is my sponsored content. So if at all you want to feature your product here, you need to make sure that you are bidding for the exact keywords. So say for example, you are in a cupcake business, okay, or you can say candle making business. So probably if when people say, homemade candles, all right, you want your website to show up first. So you need to make sure that you are bidding with Google for the highest price of the keyword homemade candles. So whenever people type in here homemade candles, you want your website to show up first and you want people to buy your product. Okay, so that's with your sponsored content. Now, everything below, if you see, this would be more or less your organic content. So what do you mean by organic content? It means to say that they are not actually paying Google to show up on the result page, but because of various factors, you can say there the page rank. Now the page rank, high page rank is because of more number of visitors, more traffic, or it would be n number of factors, mainly the traffic, or mainly it is because of how user friendly their content is with regards to the word chocolate, and that is why these websites are showing up. So this is your organic content. So the basic understanding is sponsored is when you're paying Google to advertise your content, and organic is you are automatically showing up on the Google search engine result page because of your good page rank. So now as content creators, we need to make sure that our content is obviously going to reach more number of people organically rather than focusing on the paid content or sponsoring. Obviously we cannot get away with not paying and still being seen, but still our main important aspect is to focus on increasing our organic reach. Technical writing and creative writing. So technical writing is obviously, it has a lot of rules and regulations. It has like a lot of terminologies and everything involved in technical writing. Whereas creative writing is just written to entertain, to bring out the creativity, to connect with different people. It's not bound with any rules, any rules and do's and don'ts and nothing of that sort. So if you think you're good at writing, definitely you can get into creative writing. But not everyone can get into technical writing, because it is people who are into that industry, who are into that particular understanding of terminologies, who can get down to technical writing or writing into subject matter experts in that sort. Yeah, and also let me tell you, Google is, we were talking about keywords and all of that. So Google is biased towards the content that kind of gives hints and solutions. All right. So you've seen a lot of these titles that are 10 quick tips to lose weight, or how to do this, and 5 life hacks, or 5 ways you didn't know, or 5 things you were doing wrong all your life. All of these kind of titles, in fact, you yourself would be more interested on clicking on titles like these than your mainstream titles. Even Google is biased to titles that are solution based and solution oriented. So you need to give out titles with numericals, because I'll tell you the ultimate thing is, see, we all are lazy, right? So even we need to write for people who are lazy, for lazy readers. Behind this is, if we say 5 easiest things to do, or 5 ways to better your blog, or 10 best tips to get your creativity in, and stuff like that. Let me just click onto this website and let me just read the subheadings, even if I don't bother reading into the content entirely. It'll be like, let me just see what these 5 ways are quickly, and then let me switch over. But still, they're counted as traffic each time they enter your website, right? And another concept is your clickbaits. I'm not sure if you're aware of clickbaits or not, but when I give you this example, I'm sure each one of us have been there, and we kind of know what clickbaits are. So clickbaits are basically your title is completely different with what your blog is about. So say, for example, even your YouTube video, the title says something else, but when we click on the video, it is something else. Kind of like, they've tricked us onto watching their video, or they've tricked us onto us entering their website or visiting their website. So an example for this would be maybe a video, you can say, for YouTube. It would be like, oh wow, Salman Khan and Aishwarya, are they back together? Right? And then we'll be like, oh wow, are you serious? Are they? Maybe they're coming in a movie together or something. We click on the video, and what happens? They'll be like, oh yeah, they were together at the IFA Awards. We'll be like, we totally didn't expect this out of the title. So clickbaits are deceiving titles. So they are kind of tricks to make people watch the video, to make people enter your website. Now tell me, why do you think people would do this? People would generally do this because to get quick traffic onto their website, or to get quick views, more number of views. So in the long run, immediately it may kind of pay off, but in the long run, the people who have already been deceived by these kind of videos and blogs in the future would not want to visit your website again, or would not want to watch videos from your blog, your YouTube channel again. So again, it depends on how you think it is fair enough to be used or not. But otherwise, it is an unethical practice, because in the long run, we need to make sure that we kind of maintain a good relationship, virtual relationship with our readers and our audience, because we want them to get back and grasp more content from our end. Okay, so a few of the content marketing strategies we will talk about. The content marketing strategies, the first thing is you need to have a good recall value of your name. Or when you're opening up a website, you need to make sure that it has a good recall value. Unlike, see Amazon, and they may have a good recall value and stuff. It's because even if they, however hard or tongue twisting their name would have been, people would have still remembered them, because that's how they are, that's how big they are in the market. But talking about a small time bloggers, what we need to do is, no, we cannot really spend that much, push our brand onto people's mind, right? So this is why the best practice is to have a good recall value of the name. Something like, Bewakoof.com, they came up with a very great recall value, and also now they are a lot into advertising, but they came up just few years ago. And the main thing is, their tagline also, which says to keep you insane because insanity unites us all. It's a very catchy name, and it's a very catchy tagline, and it is especially very popular among the youngsters. Then another one is your Amul. So when it comes to Amul, what do you think? I'm sure right now the little girl is coming to your mind, the animated girl. But yes, apart from that, the way they go ahead and market their product and link everything to their product, the trending news, anything that's trending right now in the country, they make sure they work on that, and they somehow try and link it to their product. And they are kind of the epitome in the way they market their product, linking the current news and the happenings of the country. Then you also have Zomato. Zomato, it's a great content with extremely good images, and the way they've promoted themselves well on social media, and also the marketing strategies that they had during IPL. It was something like, guess who would be winning today's match, and if you rightly guess what happens, you kind of win a free meal, or you get a cash back of so and so X amount of money. So obviously these are some of the great brands that we need to look into their content marketing strategies, and we need to conceptualize on those. Yes. Yeah, and another thing is, yes, we need to make sure that there are so many writers these days coming up. In fact, everyone who has little knowledge, they say that I want to be a writer, and they start writing. And because of this, there are so many blogs right now, and we need to stand out. So this is why we need to make sure that we reach out and really stand out to our readers, because in this competitive field, you get only 2 seconds of average span time to grab the attention of your readers. In fact, few years ago, there were, on the word coffee, there were just hardly, you can say, 5,000 to 6,000 pages. And right now, you can say 10 years down the line, there are 80 to 90,000 pages only on the word coffee. So that's how big and booming it is, the industry. Yeah, and everyone wants to write. So that is, you give people 2 seconds of time to your website, and this 2 seconds, you need to be in sync with what they are looking for, and also add value to them. First of all, you need to be in sync with what they're trying to reach and grab attention, or you can say grasp information from. And you also need to make sure that it is interesting enough for them to stay on and hook on. Yeah. So we all have 24 hours in a day, and usually about 8 to 9 hours work. So about 6, 7 to 8 hours of sleep, 4 to 5 hours for our essential stuff, and 2 to 3 hours for our personal space, right? And in these 2 hours, there are so many websites out there. So from this 2 hours of a person's time, we need to battle down to a field and get them to visit our website. And that's when our victory is actually getting to a place. Yeah, so yes, so this is how the page is growing. You can see the industry, and we also need to buckle up and start writing quickly and reach out to audience quicker. Yes, readability and searchability. Like we said, readability connotes an appealing graphic design, the page layout, and how your book looks like, and all of that. Whereas in your searchability, that's your digital platform, keyword is the most important part. So all information system, no matter how small, must incorporate principles of good graphic design. Yes. Now, say, for example, you're having a book with a lot of illustrations. That's my book about. So it is I have like poetry, I have lots of articles and blogs, and in between I have a lot of illustrations as well. So end of the day, it looks a very nice, appealing book, at least for the eyes, it looks really nice. So that's about your graphic designing part. And also the Kindle version looks really great, I must say, because, when you have because this is in business these days, you have a lot of images, you have a lot of illustrations, that's going to be selling your book. You and your information system is competing with the myriad of other information systems. Yes, so you have a lot of information, and you have a lot of competitors trying to send out the same message as well. So you need to make sure that your book really stands out. That would be relevant for both cases, be it your ebook or your paperback. Your data should be presented in a visually appealing and easy to read manner, easy to comprehend and to the point. Yes, make sure that the font, because yes, that again goes back where in your digital content you can always go back and do the formatting, the font, the size, you can change all of that. But once it's printed in your hard copy or your paperback, you cannot go back and unprint it and then reprint it again, right? Yes. Yeah. So keywords, there are keywords more commonly used to depict a certain phenomenon. The terminology that people use on internet, pick keywords. Yes. So for more, you can log on to this link over here and for more details. But whatever we have spoken with regards to keywords and trying to incorporate keywords and all of that is an important aspect that we need to keep in mind. Bargaining power. So what is bargaining power? We as a writer, our bargaining power is second to none. So in every transaction, there are two or more parties involved, right? And there are different degrees. So as a writer, our bargaining power is second to none. And as a reader and Google, they have a higher bargaining power. So they wish to read our content or just exit and switch over to other alternatives. Same way to Google. It depends on them how they try and show up the pages, and because of the page rank and all those algorithms and stuff, we cannot play around with Google's algorithms to show our website on the very first page. So we need to make sure we incorporate keywords. We need to make sure we are trying to link with what audience are looking for. We need to write on trending topics. We need to reduce the transactional cost, and all of this goes into structuring our content. So it is more than just writing, it is the way we structure it as well that plays a vital role. Types of content formats. Now, types of content formats, we've earlier spoken about the offline and the online different content types, right? So yeah, content format. So in offline, we've spoken about newspapers, the books, in the hard copy version, basically the brochures, the magazines and stuff. And online we have website, and you have social media, you have a lot of ebooks and all of that. And the main difference is between in the offline and the offline, the main thing is your readability and your searchability. So now let's look into the other types of content formats as well. Now, according to BuzzSumo has done a research on what really works well and moves on social media. So you have a lot of infographics. Infographics means the graphical representation of you can say some kind of information that you want to put forward to, and you want to convey some kind of information on a picture. So that's your infographics. Then the different kind of blog posts that do well are the posts with why should this be the way it's supposed to be, or why is the earth round, or why is it dark at night, or something like that. So whatever these why posts are, these tend to do really well in comparison to the other cliche kind of titles that we have. And then you also have as what posts, then how to do this, how to fix this, how to lose weight in 10-15 days, and what are the ingredients, or what is the best practice of weight loss program, what is the best practice, and why is keto diet really a good way to lose weight. So basically it's why, what and how are really important, that grab a lot of attention to your readers and make them want to click onto your website. Then you also have videos. In fact, Facebook is also biased towards these videos that are being posted rather than your plain written text or your textual format. Okay, so the more videos you try and create for yourself by yourself, and then you put it up on social media, it tends to get a lot more views than a written post. So the type of the other content formats that I'll be mentioning are, right now we have spoken about the different kind of blog posts, and according to BuzzSumo, you have infographics, why post, what post, how post, and videos that do well. Then moving on, we also have these long form articles. Now, what are long form articles? So here it's a type of blogging basically with loads of information in it. So for example, you have Moses website migration guide. Okay, so this entire article is about 17,000 words. So you have in-depth research, you have with complete understanding with all facts, all figures, ultimate guides, several chapters, many links, and all of this. So these are more likely to appear in your search results on the Google search engine result page. Those are the SRP. Because even when if it's such a big article, now say for example, even I am writing a short piece and a short bit of it, I want to take insights that's something from a whole compiled kind of a topic that covers various aspects, and I want to touch upon one particular aspect, right? So I'm definitely going to be referring to the entire blog, or you can say the entire article that has loads of information. And what I'm going to do is I would definitely leave a source link that is sourced from where I've originated my content, apart from my primary findings. My secondary research would probably rely on a huge article that has been published. So I would definitely go ahead and leave that one as my source link, the one that I've referred to. So, it gives a lot of chances, for a lot of backlinks, when people use your article for their different studies and, to present it differently and all of that, you get a lot of backlinks towards your article and your website. And this is a good way to get the attention of readers. This is a good way to get your traffic. It is also an extreme great way to increase your page rank. So long form articles do really well. Then another example, like you to get more shares, you need to write on social media that kind of stirs the emotion into the people. Now, what makes you want to share a particular post? Think of it from those lines. If you are likely to share this post, then your readers would also want to share something that people generally would like sharing on social media. So say, for example, second born kids are more likely to be the criminals in the family. So second born kids are usually the criminals in the family. If you come up with a blog piece of this kind of a title, now what's going to happen? Obviously, all the siblings in the family are going to go ahead with of course, with the humorous thought and then with the humorous intention. They are going to go ahead and tag the second born person in the house. So what happens? The second born person, everyone tagging the second born person, it involves a lot of engagements on your blog. When I say engagements, it means to say a lot of comments, lot of shares, lot of laughs, and a lot of likes and people tagging. So there's a lot happening around your content. And when you get a lot of shares and stuff, obviously the reach is going to be extremely large, reaching out to a mass audience. So you need to work on those lines to get more number of people trying to share your blog piece. Then you have your original research. So according to BuzzSumo again, content related to original research findings can get 1 million of shares. Great to get inbound links. People and other sites, they are definitely going to cite your work. And if you have some, even if it's not as big as the 17,000 one that I was talking to you about, even if it is short, but if it has original content, if it has all your primary research, definitely most of the people who write on internet, they do not get down to the primary research. What they do is they rely on the secondary research. So when you stand out and when you come up with something unique and original, you're going to find a lot of other bloggers going to be referring to your site, your blog, to take insights and write it down in their own way. And ultimately what's going to happen? They are going to leave your website link or your blog link in their source link. So when this happens, again, there is more traffic generated. Now, if I happen to visit website A, and if website A has referred back to your website and they have given it as a source link, so if I visit website A, for sure I would read the entire thing. And also, since it said for more information, visit website A, B, C, and so, which is your website, then again, I would definitely be redirecting myself to visit your website. So likewise, having original research also pays off really well to getting more traffic and the reader's attention. Next, we have your videos. Like I spoke to you saying that videos get a lot of attention on social media, because see, we need to focus on lazy people, right? You may laugh saying that, yes, we how to just focus on lazy people. The thing is, everything is at our fingertips right now. You just want to book a cab, sitting at your home, at your fingertips. You want to shop, it's at your fingertips. Everything works at your fingertips. And because of the technology advancement, people are getting into their comfort zone, right? So even they do not want to read any kind of text. If it's going to be presented to me in a video form, I rather listen to the video and watch the video rather than going and reading and putting that bit of effort from my end. So it is proving that marketeers who use video, in fact, they tend to get 66% more leads, right? Another 81% increase in the sales. So if you have to introduce your business, showcase its features, and if you have to do like step-to-step tutorial, and how to use the product, or how to, maybe you say, for example, you're getting makeup into makeup, so you have like a lot of makeup tutorials. You have like how to apply this makeup, or how to do it, or how to apply the winged shape eyeliner and all of this. So when you show them tutorials and your step-to-step setting up the product and stuff, they tend to get a lot of attention and a lot of shares as well, and in fact a lot of engagements. So when there are a lot of engagements, you are making people interact more with your product, and when they are likely to interact with your product, they are likely to become your potential customers. And if they are potential customers, definitely you would want to go again and work ahead towards bringing in them as your customers. And once they are your customers, again, you have different strategies to convert them into your loyal customers, and then work as advocates for your brand. So likewise, you have your Instagram stories, you have your YouTube videos. Vlogging is like a major thing. Then your Facebook also has this live video, right? So on this live video, a lot of webinars happen. You have your the brands interacting with their customers, asking them for suggestions, asking them for changes, and it's like a more one-on-one platform, which in the absence of all these would be really very hard to kind of get down to understand what the audience or what the customers really expect from a brand and the products. Then infographics. 84% of the people have seen a rise in sale through the promotion of infographics. Infographics, you have a pictorial representation of your data. So you have images and you put out information on it, and then you try and push your product through that. In fact, that's the in thing now. No one just blindly promotes a product without any infographic kind of a thing, right? So there is an increase of 84% in rise of sales, people promoting through infographics. So we have different softwares, to get down to make your infographics more interesting and all of that, which we will be discussing in the second module. Then we have images. Images. So every internet minute, in fact, there are more than 15,000 GIFs sent on Messenger, and approximately on an average of 46,200 Instagram posts uploaded. In fact, there should be a lot more, but on an average, it's about 46,200 Instagram posts being posted every internet minute and a second. A lot of quotes, GIFs, then the story, Instagram story and Facebook story is a major trend these days. And apart from just promoting and getting more friend requests, or it's about, from the brand perspective, it's about winning more customers, getting more people to follow your brand, getting more people to follow your page, and all of that. Okay, with this, I'll bring in another concept which is called as content marketing. Now, what do you mean by content marketing? You may be under the impression that content marketing is you have your content and the way you want to try and push your content or market your content. No, but content marketing is wherein brands, they talk about everything else but not particularly about pushing or selling their product. Now, I'll give you different examples. Now, talking about Myntra.com, they, apart from just promoting their products, they also have a lot of styling tips, right? So that is the content marketing part. They are giving you some added advantages, which is not only going to be focusing on promoting the product or promoting and pushing their products or marketing it. So it is more about, what's in it for my customers. If I have to download Myntra app, I do not probably just only want to shop. I wanted some value added to me. So it would be the styling tips. Likewise, if you see your First Cry. So First Cry, even if you have the app, the moment you open the app, it asks you if you want to go to the shopping part of it or if you want to go to the parenting part of it. So in the shopping part of it, yeah, of course, you have like a lot of things to shop and your online shopping. That's the same old cliche thing. But if you move on to the parenting section, in the parenting section, I'm not making money out of them visiting the parenting section, right? First Cry is not really making money out of the parenting section. But what's happening is they are winning more number of people who are going to be downloading their app. And if they're getting more number of people downloading the app, eventually these are the ones who are going to be their customers and potential customers and so on. So the main thing is, what is the value you would be adding to your customers apart from just pushing your product and promoting your product? So that is your content marketing. Yeah. So next one, we spoke about images. Then in between this concept, I brought content marketing, which is a concept to be understood. Now, another content format after images, we have case studies. So yes, case studies, this one highlights your success, your competitive advantage, and with the help of these case studies and all of that, like real life examples and all, you kind of build trust amongst your potential customers, amongst your customers, and all of that. So case studies also play a vital role in winning business. And white papers. White papers, according to Forbes, 79% of business to business buyers sharing white papers, they add, it adds to winning bigger business support. So you need to focus on the key issues that are relevant within an industry. You can look up for a lot of examples on Google. Recently, I think even Jio had their white paper issued, and Samsung had their white paper issued. However, we'll be discussing furthermore in detail in the coming modules about white papers and stuff. But yes, white papers also wins you a lot of business because you are coming up as an organization discussing the key issues relevant within an industry, and you are taking the initiative. So a good white paper, it could be however 4 to 5 pages, which is a good strong white paper. If you have more detailed in-depth studies and facts and figures, maximum up to 10 pages. Yeah. Then another content format, you have your ebooks. So again, from the customer or from the business point of view, this one would help solve the customer's problems, like a piece from the content, that would talk about your product, or that would talk about, or just forget about the product. Maybe you can just focus on the content marketing part. You're issuing an ebook, adding some value to your customers, and maybe you can give it as a free download or something like that. So it depends on the different strategies that each business would do their research and see what really works for them. Then you have your presentations. On presentations, you have Unacademy, you have SlideShare, LinkedIn, and edX, Coursera. So you have different presentations that are being put up, in fact, on the internet, and you could also definitely go into creating your own presentations for your company, for your business, for your organization. You can come up with a presentation of how to fix rather than just having a user manual, like a live presentation published on your business page, so that when people are getting down to say fix a drone toy, right, instead of me just looking into the how to manual or the product manual or the user manual, I might quickly just look up for a video being posted on your page, and or as a presentation, and that would really work well. Then you have your webinars. These are like your online seminars, so again, 20 to 40% of those who attend actually really become your qualified leads. Now anyways, because of Facebook Live and all that, you don't really have to pay for hosting a webinar. So you can just, if you have an idea in mind, you can just start off with a webinar, and it's free, so anyone online would join your webinar. And according to a research, 20 to 40% of the people who are attending your webinar are likely to become your qualified leads, right? And out of this 20 to 40% of them who become your leads, probably 2 to 5% make a purchase. So, which is still a good way. You are not really spending anything here, but you are just winning business by hosting a webinar. So, and you can have a presentation, then you can hold a question and answer session. There are different ways of how you could tackle and win business, or you can just address the customer grievances overall, or any kind of webinar, maybe for a product launch, or maybe for suggestions or product, adding more features to the product, all of that sort. All right, so now I'll be giving you some tips on the different, some kind of tips for persuasive writing. There's a sentence structure, but before moving on to the sentence structure, we'll discuss about some tips for persuasive content writing, because you have to be very persuasive when it comes to marketing your goods, or promoting your products. So the very first step, y'all can take down notes. The very first step is keep it KISS. Just remember, KISS, keep it short and simple. You do not want to load your audience or your customers with a lot of information that they get lost with what your product is or with what they are trying to sell. Okay, so I'll give you an example. There was a promotional campaign with Pothys. Pothys is, I think they are into saris, and they're into jewelry or something. Okay, so anyways, so they held an event to promote the product, and ultimately they wanted a strong message. They started giving everyone saplings, the ones who were present at the event. So most of the people, they kind of got confused. What is the Pothys brand? Is it about having nursery plants, or is it about herbs and shrubs, and what is it about? So make sure that whatever you're trying to do, it has to be relevant with what your product is. Even if you're trying to do something out of the box, make sure you're highlighting your brand and your product over your other intention, over your other message that you're trying to send out. Okay, so first thing, keep it short and simple. And then you need to treat your visitors like wild animals. You need to treat your visitors like wild animals, in the sense, if they are visiting your Facebook page, they need to get a lot of products that they are looking for, a lot of information that they are looking for. If they do not get that kind of information what they are looking for, obviously they're going to switch over to your competitors, which definitely no one would want, right? Okay, so then you highlight your most important information first. Whatever information you are trying to send out to your audience, make sure that is in the very first beginning of your piece. Okay, highlight your most important information first. Don't try to be clever or creative, obviously. Don't try to be clever and the creative means, if you are clever and creative, use it to your advantage. If you think that we are going to mislead our audience, just stay away from it then. Yeah, like I told you, write for 12-year-olds. So the same thing, write for scanners. Does your headline convey the message? Does your image have a strong sales caption and a message? Does your subheadings, are your subheadings good enough to summarize your key points? Do you have bulleted points in your piece, in your, you can say, your sales proposal? Is it good at one glance? Yes. If no, go back and make it good enough at one glance. People at one glance should be able to understand your message strongly, or what your product is about, or what is the message you're trying to convey. Then use familiar words. Write for lazy people, that is your short paragraphs and text, and not too cluttered or clustered. Expect people to arrive anywhere on your website. Don't just focus on your home page and make your home page look the best with all your product details and everything. Your audience can arrive anywhere on your page, right? Not necessarily they only arrive on your home page. They can arrive on page A, B, C, D, E, F, whatsoever, right? So every page has to have a link which redirects them ultimately to your product page. Make it easy for hunters to find you, that is SEO links, inbound links, and all of that. So since we are talking about links, we spoke about chocolates in the first hour, right? So here I'll tell you what links are. So this word chocolates is my keyword, and this is my title. So online chocolate delivery, chocolate gift baskets, all of this is in the title. And also they've made sure that the word chocolate is in the title, right? And the title also works as the URL. URL is, if I click on this link, it's going to redirect me to this particular website. Now, what is this two-liner here? This two-liner, get chocolate gift baskets online from my flower tree. Explore widest variety of chocolates and send chocolate gifts online to Delhi, Mumbai, Pune, Bangalore. So these two-liner is called your meta description, right? So this two-liner gives a clear picture of what their business is into. What do they do? So looking at this two-liner, I'll be like, oh wow, I can send gifts. Maybe I didn't never really had this in mind to send chocolates as gifts to my friends who are living in these cities. So they are kind of creating a need in their they're creating a need in their audience, and these two-liners sums up everything. And if these two-liner does not interest me, that is the meta description, I would definitely go ahead and switch over, right? I would not want to just stick to this website. So this is my keyword, chocolates, right? So they have understood that their website is all about chocolate, so they would definitely put the chocolate in the title and the URL and also the meta description. Now coming again to keywords, can you see this searches related to chocolates? We have all of these here different ways with which people search for. Now these are your long tail keywords. They are known as your long tail keywords. It's not just restricted to one word, right? So looking at these, I would get different ideas of what my keywords should be like, to incorporate those kind of keywords into my blogs to win a more number of people onto my website, because it kind of makes it easier for hunters to find you. You have your links and you have this SEO optimization, that is your search. SEO means search engine optimization. Search engine optimization is when you incorporate keywords onto your blog and your website, which connects your website, your products to your audience, right? So you want to make it SEO friendly. So I would just look at these different kind of suggestions over here. It says chocolates, online India, imported chocolates. Then it says chocolate brands, DMart chocolates, whatever is relevant. You can switch over to page 1, 2, 3, so on, and get all these relevant searches and try and use it into your blog piece and your website. So that's another thing to be taken into consideration. Yeah, so this is how you would be making it easier for people to find you. Okay, then make it more visual, create a more visual impression. Your web copy, your web design, and all of that has to be very visual, visualizing, in the sense it has to be very appealing visually. Then you can also have a lot of different ways through which you can go ahead and attract more number of people. Maybe like you have gift chocolates and stuff, gifted boxes, you can just put up these images over there, and that kind of gives idea to your customers how your packaging is and all of that. And yeah, having your reviews also on your page really works well. If you have like good reviews, definitely it will be highlighted. And Google also is biased towards the websites that have clear reviews onto their website. Now we will look into the different types of writers, okay, for social media. How many we have, like all writers and stuff, but who are these different types of writers, the 10 common types of writers in media and content marketing? So I'll be putting it here. So the first one we have as the brand journalist. Okay, so the brand journalist. So who is this brand journalist? He's a person who can find a great story, construct great narratives that actually fit to the brand's mission and vision. They ought to be really skilled at long form pieces and great headlines. So these are your journalists, definitely in the news articles and stuff. The main intention is, even in your in shots, everything is just for lazy people, right? Even in your in shots, it just has a quick description about what the news is. In 60 words, you need to understand what it is about, the entire story, the news. So they need to find people who can sum up everything in as uh, give out the entire message in as little words as possible. So they are the ones who need to come up with a great headline, that sparks interest, that makes people want to read the news, and that makes people want to subscribe to their newsletter, or just subscribe for their news papers and all of that. So next we have the SEO generalist, that is the search engine optimization generalist. So these writers, the generalists, are jacks of all trades, basically. Okay, so they can be great choices for high volume and short awareness level content, and this does not require a lot of expertise, unlike your subject matter experts. Now, your subject matter experts, obviously they ought to have in-depth knowledge for a particular, they need to have in-depth knowledge for a particular domain, or if you have to write textbook, say for example on physics, no one, it's not like a piece of cake for anyone and everyone to write on physics, right, to come up with the textbook. So subject matter experts would be the ones who would be doing that. But SEO generalist is basically anyone who has a little knowledge about SEO, in fact a lot of knowledge about SEO. Writers these days, how it works, like content writers create content and they submit it, but before it is being published online and it goes live, what happens, there is a team of SEO analysts. So they look into it and they see if everything matches to the SEO standards, if it's going to have a good organic reach and all of that. They're going to make it SEO ready before having the blog being published online. So yeah, these are the ones, they know how to integrate the target keywords, the phrases into the digital content. This is mainly to maximize your organic search. So SEO copywriters are what and whom you need to rely on in order to better rank yourself organically and in order to win more traffic. So you have subject matter experts, they've written each and every detail and everything there that people are wanting to read. But if this SEO guys, they do not make your blog piece SEO ready, no matter how informative a blog piece written by a subject matter expert is, it's not going to be reaching out to the right audience. So SEO generalists are a very important player in the creative, you can say in the content writing industry, which is why even in the job descriptions that you see, basics of SEO understanding is always preferred. Then you have your digital or your UX writer. Yes, digital or user designer, you can say. Now use UX is user experience, all right? So here your modern websites and apps are very interactive, right? It's not old school like your print ads or your billboards. So they are involved with a lot of writing. In fact, writing the core pages for the websites, you know, the links, the buttons, the app user, is the copy, is the interface good enough, is the page according to the hierarchy of information that makes it convenient for the visitors. They are the ones responsible for that. So if you see an app and if you don't find it user friendly, what's going to happen, no matter how good the app is, you do not want to stay any longer on it, right? So each one has a very important and vital role. So talking about the UX designer, he's the one who would be designing the app. So I'll give you an example. If you are playing a game, right? So you want to exit the game now because maybe for what so reason you want to exit the game. So when you exit the game, what is going to happen when you exit the game? You are going to be, two buttons are going to pop up. One says continue and the other one is exit. So what happens? Only the continue seems to be highlighted and the exit is generally grayed out. So this gives you an impression that you cannot press the exit until you press the continue. So when you press the continue again, you are staying longer onto their application, right? So these are the tricks that are designed by the UX designer, wanting people to stay longer onto the application and onto the website and all of these. So they are the ones who would also be looking into the, the arrangement of the information. Everything has to be intact. The navigation pages should be very easy. It should not be a hindrance. No page should be a hindrance to another page and all of that. Next, we have lead generation writer. Lead generation writer. Yeah, so these are the people who are into bulk emails, right? So you have this, they need to have like strong knowledge in persuasive writing in order to make the copy effective. They need to incorporate a lot of selling strategies and content. They need to have a lot of calls to action, sales letter, landing pages. These are some of the examples. Now if you are interested in a content writing course, that's why you are here. So probably there are different so say for example, if there is a lead generation writer who has sent bulk emails to say 10,000 emails saying that Henry Harvin has come up with a self-paced course for CDCW course. So out of the 10,000 emails that have been sent as a bulk email, maybe 5,000 may show interest, right? Out of 5,000, maybe just 500 may actually turn out to be customers. The 5,000 would be leads. So this is how it works. You're writing in bulk in order to expect a call to action from the audience. So it's like a bet kind of a thing. They may or they may not show interest, but you need to make it more interactive. You need to make it engaging. You should not look like spam. It should look like what's in it for me, that kind of a thing. The WIIFM has to be followed in especially in the lead generation. Like if at all I sign up for your course, what's in it for me? If at all I happen to buy your product, what's the value for me? So all this has to be focused in the lead, in your the sales pitch, which would be written and generated by the lead generation writers. So lead generation writers, they are the ones who would focus on getting leads for the business. So once, even if you say yes, interested, give me more information, it is considered as a lead, right? Then you have your sales conversion team, which is that's a secondary part. So they focus on contacting the leads and trying to convert them into sales. Next, we have your SMEs. SMEs are your subject matter expert. So who are these people? So they are the ones who have deep understanding in a specific area within a specific industry. And these would be the people who would be writing, textbooks, ebooks, white papers, and they are the ones who would be giving like a lot of suggestions and research papers into which is relevant to their industry and their domain. Then next you have your influencers. So who are they? These influencers. They would add credibility to your content through the niche market and their audience. It's because of their influence that they are trying and pushing your product. Because of the influence that they have on the audience or on their followers, people would want to likely use your product, the services or whatsoever. So if at all you want to rope in celebrities or Instagram influencers, these days influence marketing is also like a major thing. So on Instagram, if I have, there is a page of a girl saying she does a lot of makeup reviews and she has like 20,000 plus followers, right? So maybe if I'm a newbie into the industry with my line of makeup products, I would not afford celebrities, right? So they're pretty expensive to get them in to endorse my product. So what I do is I look at these small time influencers, like 20,000 people who have followers and stuff like that. I would approach them and I would contact them and see how it works and what's their charges and stuff like that, and ask them to kind of give a review on my product, or to kind of influence their audience that my product, just basically to advertise for my product using their influence. So they have an influence on those 20,000 people, which I think would work well within my Bangalore location. And also I need to make sure that the influencers who are from the same region that I'm looking for. If my reach is within Bangalore, I would make sure that I pick up someone who has an influence on Bangalore, again, which is relevant to my product. If at all I contact some influencer who is only about football teams and football, or just gadgets, and mine is about makeup, again it's not going to be linked and synced. So I again need to pick up influencers who are having an influence on the audience, matching my target audience as well. Then you have your social media writers. Social media writers. Now, who are these social media writers? They are the ones who write on social media, on different platforms are there on social media. We have Facebook page, we have Instagram, we have Pinterest, we have Twitter, we have n number of XYZ, it's Tumblr and all of that, right? So yeah, so the ones who write on social media, in fact, even I'm a social media writer. I have my Facebook page, I write on Facebook, that is Echoed Emotions. So I get a lot of followers from there, and because of the 90,000 followers that I have there, the book that I've written, it's also easier for me to push my book, my followers. So it works that way. You start writing on social media, get more people following you. How do you get more people following you? You can write, relevant stuff. Make sure you write something which is engaging and interesting, and get more people following you. Yeah, then you have your advertising copywriter. Advertising copywriter. So your advertising copywriter, these are the ones who would be maintaining your brand voice, like, whether it is a print or TV, radio, billboards, etc., etc., etc. They need to project your brand. They need to project your brand image in a very positive manner. So these are the ones who would be getting to, advertising for your product. Then you have your technical writer. So by the end of this, you would know what writer and where do you fit in, right? Okay, so technical writer focus on highly technical content. So do not, get confused with your subject matter experts and your technical writers. So technical writers, they are focused on highly technical content, right? So they make complex content concepts simpler for the layman to understand. They kind of do not use terminologies and stuff because ultimately they are not catering to the people within their industry. In fact, they are catering to the layman and the audience. So they get information from subject matter experts, you can say, and then they write the how-to articles, frequently asked questions, user guides, user manuals, instructions, guides, and stuff to the layman. So if at all you've bought an AC, who would be knowing the in-depth knowledge, the product manager and the subject matter experts who actually go down to, creating the product, making the product, assembling the product, and all of that. So the technical writer is the one who would be reaching out to us, that is the layman, who aren't of their industry, but we still want to understand these concepts on how to assemble the AC or how to dismantle it, right? Then last of all, we have a grant grant writer. Now, who's a grant writer? So these are the ones. A grant, let me first tell you what a grant is. In fact, a grant is different from a loan because when a grant is offered, you are not liable to pay back for a grant. In fact, for a loan, you get a loan approved, you get the loan, but you have to repay it and not just repay with hefty interest, right? So that's the difference between your loan and your grant. So these grants are mainly to get your research granted in, maybe you may write to the higher authority in your institution to fund your research, because research is actually pretty expensive and you cannot afford to do it single-handedly, right? So you would write a proposal in order for them to go ahead and grant you a grant to go ahead with your research studies and stuff. Then also it would be, and why institutions would grant you? Firstly, they would have like certain reservations specifically for research projects and stuff. And another thing is, maybe if they believe that your research is good enough, ultimately it's going to be a win-win situation, right? So they and you together are collaborating to come up with a great research. That's one part of it. And another thing is NGOs and stuff, they write to different institutions to get grants in order to fund certain projects or to go ahead with the social good causes. So yeah, a grant writer. So these people, they mix the rational and the emotional pieces. They mix the rational and the emotional, very structured manner. They write in a manner to win a grant, right? So they need to sync the company's mission, vision, personality, and story, and in fact weave it together into a proposal. So when you are writing, you need to store the emotion, you need to explain what is the use, how are you going to be using the funds. All of this we will be discussing in module 3 in detail. But for us to just quickly understand and for you to understand what kind of a writer you are presently and see where you fit in. So grant writer was the one who would be writing in order to win grants and sponsorships for the company. Or like I told you, the other type of a grant is to get funds, or you can also say another example that I'll give you, an educational institution, right? They have a number of people, students, but out of the students, out of the 100 students that they have, 40 students are unable to really grasp, they are not able to match the capabilities of the students as required. So then they would write a grant proposal to different institutions asking them to grant a budget of say 1 lakh in order to run training programs to bring in all these 40 students on par with the rest. So then it would include who the beneficiaries are, what is the budget, how are you going to go ahead and utilize the budget of this 1 lakh, what is the outcome of this, and how is it going to benefit, what are you going to do, what is the process. It all is inclusive in that proposal. So these are the different types of writers that are there in the industry. And then without saying, you have your Creative writer. Your creative writer is the one who would write your non-fiction or fiction stories, who would write poetry, prose, blogs, all of that. So let us just mention creative writer as well. Yeah, you can mention creative writer. Okay, now moving on to vocabulary. So yes, vocabulary being a very important factor, especially while writing. We need to make sure that we have a good vocabulary. We need to make sure that, all of our writing, we have good diction, we have a very strong vocabulary. It's only then that we could definitely have a good polished writing. So expand your writing vocabulary. See, the best part is, you need to make sure that when you are reading, you need to make sure while reading, you come across new words. You need to maintain like an own dictionary for yourself. You come across something new, do not go and look into the meaning immediately. Keep those words saved in a book, or you can say on your Google document or on a notepad, anywhere. Just keep it saved. Try and collect 5 new words every single day. So when you collect these 5 words, you need to then go back end of the day, whatever words you've collected, look for the meaning and try using it in your sentences. It's only then when you start using these words, you kind of get the grip of it. It kind of stays in your mind. And, in the way you talk, also try and incorporate the new words that you have learned. It's only then that would definitely have an impact in the way you talk and the way you write. So 20 quick tips to build your vocabulary. Yeah, so we have used new words. And how are you going to be using new words? Obviously, you need to use new words by, when you're interacting with people, you get to know those new words, keep it in your mind, write it down somewhere. And, when you're reading, highlight those words and keep it down in a book, pen it down, read every day. And definitely, you need to have your dictionaries and stuff, so you can develop your practical vocabulary, and you keep a journal for yourself. And yeah, so when you use new words, obviously you can just use it to email a friend, or you can just write a letter to yourself. It's also kind of builds your writing skills. And when you read every day, be it fiction, not fiction, magazine, article, a book, or a news, make sure you read something every day. And it's also said, based on the researchers, that a person who tends to read a lot more is a better individual than the people who do not read. And which is, yes, true. Then, yeah, so you need to learn. Another way is to learn the roots of it. So you learn the roots of words, because most words in the English language are built from another language. You can say Greek or Latin. So this would also help you to understand more words from the same root. Yeah, then you can develop your practical vocabulary. If there are some jargons specific to an industry, and if you want to write on those lines, make sure you understand thoroughly those jargons, those terminologies, and it's only then that you use it. And then definitely towards the end, you would want to look up for words that you don't know. You could look up, maybe you can just type in the word on Google, you can go to images, or you can just type in saying, how is this word used in a sentence? How is XYZ word used in a sentence? So when you get different examples, and if you get to read different sentences, the way a word is used, it would definitely help you to build your vocabulary, and would definitely help you to build your your diction. Yeah, now identify empty words. So you're probably familiar with the empty words in your speech, such as or in between when you're stammering and stuff. But when you are writing, probably it should not for sure have any kind of empty words, right? So look up for these empty words in your writing that do not offer any kind of substance, which is, you can say, like your dead weight. And you can just replace them with something which is more appropriate, something which adds value to your content. So then you need to diversify your reading list. Yes, if you tend to read the same sort of things day in and day out, you may not really be exposing yourself to a wide range of vocabulary, because if you're reading on one lines on one particular topic, it may tend to, the vocabulary may tend to be on the same line, so you're not really learning something new. So if you definitely want to improve, and if you want to collect a lot of words, and another tip I could give you is, you can say by the end of the month, maybe you and your friend can have different challenges, who's going to collect more number of words, and who's going to have a better diction for themselves end of the day. Or probably this should be a new start for you if you haven't done it yet. So yeah, you and your friends can probably collect, and then you all can exchange each other's diction and collection of words, and this would definitely diversify the words that you already know to different people also, and diversify the topics you've read, including, you can say natural science or some contemporary literature, or you can say into politics or history, philosophy, or some great authors, Shakespeare, and all of that. Then, yeah, you can always do your word puzzles. Word puzzles, you can say in the newspaper that you get a lot of these word puzzles, magazines, and these days you also have a lot of games. You have a lot of apps. You have an app from Google, which is Word Coach, and that's a great way to collect and learn new words. You get to use different words, and they kind of ask you in the quiz form, or you can just test your skills. And if you're exposed to new words that you didn't know, make sure you collect that. Crossword puzzles are also a great work. A great thing to get your brain working hard. Then, yeah, try board games also. You can try different board games, like, if you have a friend who could definitely play with, you can invite them over for a game rather than sitting and playing cards. Probably today you can just sit down and try and play word games, or also different games that help you to build your own vocabulary. Yeah, then practice new words, and it takes obviously 10 and 20 repetitions to make a new word a part of your vocabulary. Now you have learned a word, and then you just use it 2 or 3 times, and then you're done and dusted with it. It's obviously not going to be a part of your vocabulary. When you tend to use it at least 10 to 20 to 50 times, 10, 15 to 20 times, it's only then it becomes a part of your vocabulary. So if you've learned a new word, make sure you use it more often. It's only then that it's going to be settling down in your mind, your memory, and especially when you write it down, it's going to have a longer impact. Yeah, make up associations, so which is, start like, small, medium, large, very large, gigantic. So when you have a word, start making associations to the word, similar words. So with one meaning, you're learning a string of other words as well. So these are some of the tips. So visualize new words. So research shows that visualization is a great way to remember new words and their meanings. So, if you have like one way to remember is, in fact, the prefix strato sounds like straight O, right? Which may make you think that of a straight ruler or a straight O volcano, which describes the words, right? So you just have a new word, try and link it to some words that you already know in the way to remember, or you can just visualize it. So that would help you definitely to remember your words. And yeah, end of the day, you can make your own vocabulary test. You keep a list of your new words, then you learn them each week, incorporate it into your writing and your conversations. And then towards the end, probably you can make a quiz, or like I said, how you are playing with your friend, who's going to have a better vocabulary and addiction. So maybe you can create a quiz for him, or he can create a quiz for you, or she can create a quiz for you, or third person creates a quiz out of the diction. So y'all can just make your own vocabulary tests, and to be honest, it's really a fun thing to do. Yeah, then you can take up a writing course, then you can look into the synonyms and antonyms of the same word. Synonyms, you can see the similar words for one word, and antonyms mean the opposite words. So that's another way to remember and build your own diction, right? So carry a dictionary with you wherever you go. And yeah, play games, edit, write, rewrite, and of course there are a lot of softwares also, which I would definitely be taking you through. So you will have like different ways to look into your own writing as well. Okay, now looking into the tones and types of writing. So yes, what is a tone in writing? We have our attitude, we have mood, we have a point of view, then we have word choice, diction, and syntax. So what is an attitude when it comes to your writing? Your attitude may be different when you're writing and presenting a brand, a company that you're working for, and your attitude may be different when you're writing on your own blog, right? You can be, you're just free to express on your own blog, but when you are portraying an image of your brand, you need to make sure it is always positive, does not hurt the sentiments of your readers, of the potential customers, and all of that. There are a lot of rules and regulations to abide to. So the attitude, maybe you're working for nicotine. Nicotine is something that, helps people to overcome smoking and stuff. So let's look at this as an example. Say, for example, you're working with nicotine, and in nicotine, you need to write blogs that why smoking is injurious to health, and why people should quit smoking, and why people should start buying nicotine, right? Whereas on your own blog, you may you may not really agree with this concept of quitting smoking and all that. You may, on your own blog, you may say that drinking is a lot more injurious to health than smoking is. You are free to write that on your blog. But when it comes to your presenting your brand, you need to make sure that your attitude is in sync with your brand, no matter or regardless whether you agree or not with them. That's about the attitude. Coming to your mood, obviously you need to have a very positive approach, be it on your personal blog, be it on your brand image as well, when you're trying to present your brand out there on social media as well. You need to have a very positive approach. It's only then that you would be able to connect to your audience in a better manner. If you are going to be pessimistic, first of all, the world is full of depressed people. We all are depressed, but all I would say is that the degrees of depression may vary from one to another. So depressed people already, especially today's world, do not want to read more depressed stuff, right? They want to read something that is motivating their soul, something that is trying and lifting them up. So we need to be very positive in the way we communicate with our audience. Then the next thing is the point of view. The point of view, it would be maybe what is your point of view. You can write it on your own blog, but stick to the point of your company regardless of what you agree or not. Then word choice. Under word choice, we have diction and syntax. So diction is basically the selection of words. Selection of words, you can say Shashi Tharoor has a great diction. So it means to say a person who has good words, and he has like good vocabulary and all of that. He's said to have a good diction. His choice of words are good. So syntax is how you arrange those meaningful, the way you arrange your words to bring out a meaningful sentence is your syntax. Now, types of tones we have are formal, serious, funny, sarcastic, informal, and pessimistic. So let's look into the tones where and how we would be using these. So you can choose an informal, funny tone to write a blog post, right? We can use an informal and funny tone to write our blog post. But when it comes down to a white paper, obviously we need to stick to our formal tone of writing. Now, what is a white paper? Just give you a gist about this. A white paper is, here we have it here. A white paper are technical pieces of writing that are used to convey a specific message to specific audience, an organization, institution, or brand. So in a white paper, we have you as an organization, you decide to come up with a white paper for your industry. So let's look into an example for the hypermarkets. Now, the problem is, you come up with the problem, you address the problem, and you're giving out solutions which is beneficial ultimately to the entire industry. Okay, so the problem is employee retention. Okay, and then this is the main problem. So what is the solution you think you need to come up with solutions to retain your employees, because you train them, you invest in them, and ultimately if they just want to quit and leave your organization, it's not going to be serving your purpose. So the solutions would be like, time to time rewards and recognition, and different shifts, and having in between more number of breaks, because when it can actually get really tiring for them as well, and which is why they do not want to really stick to your organization. So whatever you think after doing your research and looking into the stats, the facts and figures, coming up with solutions to cater out this issue, this problem, which is a main issue, is like your white paper. A white paper, a good white paper would be anywhere between 4 to 5 pages. Again, it depends on how in depth you want to go into the matter. So that's your white paper, and obviously in a white paper we need to stick to the formal tone of writing. Now let's look at the other examples that we have here. You were amazing throughout the year, and that's why I have decided to give you a double increment in salary. I know right now many of you might be actually laughing your hearts out, because this is a very rare sentence said by a boss, right? Okay, so we would rather say that this is more sarcastic rather than being a real a live sentence coming from a boss. Okay, so team member, that's great, thank you very much. So this tone here in this dialogue is very cheerful. Obviously there's something nice being said by the boss, and the person is very cheerful about it. Next example here. The company is going through a rough patch, so this time you are not getting any promotion. And what does team members say? Okay, great, that's what I expected. So this is obviously in a sarcastic tone. So not really happy with what's happening here, and it's like, oh wow, great, because it's not really great news. So we are being sarcastic in this situation. Okay. Third example, we are not getting any business for the last couple of months. I'm afraid some of the team members might be laid off. So this is a pessimistic example here. The tone in this example is pessimistic, which is negative. Anything which is negative is termed as pessimistic. Optimistic is being positive. Obviously we have like a number of different examples that we can go into, but the main thing is we can play around with the different tones in our blog. But when it comes down to again presenting our brand image and representing our the company, we have to be very, very crucial about how our tone is, the style of writing and everything, because there are 100 eyes trying to put your company down and bring them down, right? So we need to be 10 times more sure on when writing for our brand business. Okay, learning styles in writing and the different types. Now this seems interesting, right? So let's look into the different styles and types. So what is style in writing? The way a writer writes, and it is the technique which an individual author uses in his writing. It varies from author to author and also depends upon one's diction and syntax, right? And also tones. Now, we all are on social media, and I'm guessing that we all writers are following other writers as well on Instagram, or you can say following other promotional brands, and many pages either on Facebook or either on Instagram. So the moment now, if you follow, Rupi Kaur, or if you follow like, different authors, or best-selling authors, they all have a flavor to their writing. Even though you're scrolling down through 10 different pieces, if that happens to pop up without even reading the name, you know that this particular piece is from this author. That's because of the style they maintain in their writing. That's because of, people recognize their post because of the style. And this is how it is for individual writer. You need to get your own style and you need to stand out. When you're saying, when you say that, yes, I need to get my own style today, let me quickly go and see what the styles of others and try to incorporate some of their ideas. It's not going to work that way, because obviously copying is not going to be leading you any further. So we need to make sure what would be our different style and how people would recognize our style and stick to that. Maybe it could be one particular picture that you write on the way you kind of blur the image, or maybe the font that you stick to, or maybe just has, like, a lot of polished words and all that. It just depends on who your audience are and how you want to go ahead and reach out to them. So that's your style. So types of styles. Here we have expository, then we have descriptive, persuasive, and narrative styles. So these are the four main styles of writing. Now you would kind of understand, if you are already into writing, you may understand where your writing fits in, or if you want to start writing, you can see which one of the style or which one of the type you would want to adapt to or adopt. Yes. So let's look into the expository firstly. So a writing style that explains or informs. So yes, you take a particular topic, you write everything around it, but you do not give out your own opinion. So you write how it is supposed to be written, with all information, all facts, all figures, and you cannot give out your own opinions. As it is, you have to write according to the information. You're just giving them information basically. So this style is, to write how to articles, how to, say for example, how to turn on the mic, or how do I remove the battery of my phone, how do I set up the AC, how do I insert the batteries for the remote. So how to articles. So these are all how to. You cannot give out your own opinions, right? The way it's supposed to be done, you need to just write on those lines. Then your news stories. Again, you cannot play around and give out your own opinions, how it is, what the event has happened. You just need to give out information with regards to that. Then your recipes. Again, your recipes, you need to stick to the actual ingredients, balancing the ingredients and all of that. Otherwise, if you give out your own opinions, what's going to happen, instead of you giving in a nicely fresh baked cake, you may end up serving custard to your guests. Yeah. Then you have your textbooks, technical business, and scientific writings. So again, your white paper would fit into this expository style. Next, a descriptive style. So what I want you to do is, after the end of module 1, you need to make sure that you stick to this, you write something on descriptive writing. So we will look into this, so end of the module 1 what your kind of assignment for yourself would be like. So descriptive writing is when you decide to give a lot of details around a person, place, or an event. So your goal in the style of writing is to share vivid details and give the reader a sensory experience of what's going on. Basically, these are for novels and stuff. You want to kind of paint an image into the minds of your readers. You cannot really show out paintings. So through your words, what's going to happen? You are painting images in their minds. And this is a very, very creative way to do so. So yeah, the 5 points to consider while describing or getting down to descriptive writing. We have visual, oral, olfactory, tactile, and gustatory. So in visual, the sight is processed through the visual sense. So you need to, in visual sense, when, say for example, you're explaining about a historic event. So in detail, you need to give them, help them visualize what it looks like, how the palace looks like, each and every tiny detail. So say for example, you've been to Taj Mahal, and now you need to paint a picture in the minds of your readers who haven't been there. So imagine how detailed description you need to give them, that they actually visualize Taj Mahal in their minds through your words. Next is about your oral. So sound is processed through the auditory sense. So here you're talking about the sound. So maybe you can work on an assignment for yourself that you need to write maybe on the last event you've attended or last wedding that you've attended, or maybe it could be the get together with friends or cousins, anything of that sort. Then you need to, for keeping these 5 elements in mind, maybe you can say the visual, where you guys went, if you've gone for dinner, if you've gone for a wedding. You need to explain all the visual aspects to that. Oral, if there were any kind of huge disturbance sounds, or it was some kind of lovely music, soothing music being played in the background. That. Then olfactory is the smell processed through olfactory receptors located in the nose. The olfactory senses can distinguish between a range of smells, including the pungent, flowery, putrid, and musty. So here you need to speak about, maybe if you're talking about a wedding, it would be like, the lovely aroma of the jalebis and the different cuisines that were put up. Next, talking about tactile. Tactile is the touch processed through the tactile sense. Tactile receptors identify the sensation of touch and are all over our bodies and our skin, right? So maybe we can say, when your friend hugged you after so many years, the emotions that you guys went through, that also could be incorporated as a tactile. Then maybe you can say when you went shopping with your friends, the texture of the material that you all chose was extremely great, and you can give a little more description about that. Or again, if you're talking about the wedding itself, you're sticking to that, maybe you can say the texture of the walls, or you can say the texture of the girl's dress, or the texture of the groom's suit, something like that. So this is your tactile touch. Then talking about the gustatory. So here is the taste. So if you're talking about wedding, you can go on and on and on, especially Indian weddings, you have a lot to talk about the taste, right? So yeah, so these are the 5 elements to consider while getting down to your descriptive writing. So probably you can do this assignment for yourself, try and write anything in the recent event, or maybe just something fictional, and trying and incorporating all of these 5 elements. See, not necessary that every situation or every book has to have all of these 5 elements. There's no hard and fast rule. Some books may not really speak about the taste, because there's no event, maybe taste was not really necessary to be added in the situation. And not every page in your descriptive writing or your novel has to have all of these 5 elements. These are just the 5 elements throughout your book, how you can balance it wherever necessary, whichever element you need to focus more on and emphasize more on, you need to stick to that. So if you're talking about history and romance, obviously your visual and the oral would be the most important elements to take into consideration. So this is just a small activity which you can do for yourself. So try the style for fiction writing, creative writing, maybe even your poetry, your biography, travel writing, and journal writing. So you can say novel, maybe about a short novel, maybe around 200 slides, right? So, 200 pages, I'm sorry. Yeah, so 200 pages. So in your 200 pages, every page that your reader lands onto has to be very interesting and has to have a hook, right? So how are you going to do this? Obviously by keeping their interest and going into more descriptive writing. So when you do this activity, even you are going to realize that all of us, we are not really used to writing, incorporating all of these 5 elements. It may be challenging, but at least you're going to get the hang of it if you continue to write in this manner and this fashion, if novel writing is of your interest. Okay, so persuasive. In persuasive writing, the goal of the writer is to convince the reader, right? You need to persuade your reader to agree with your point of view, or you need to persuade your reader to agree to go ahead and make the purchase, to agree to go ahead and subscribe to your channel, to subscribe to your newsletter, to subscribe to the free gifts or whatever. So the main thing is you need to persuade them, right? So this style of writing often contains the opinions and biases of the author. Whereas in our expository style, we cannot give out our own opinions, right? But coming down to persuasive, we definitely can give our own opinions, because ultimately we want to persuade our readers to agree with what we have to say. So this style, you can use this style for your copywriting, brochures, sales writing, shopping catalogs, speeches, and reviews. Now, what are copywritings? Copywriting here, this means to say writing for advertisements, ad copies they are called. So writing for advertisements and stuff, ad copies. So here you need to obviously adapt the persuasive style with a call to action. What is a call to action? You are persuading them to take a call to action. Your call to action may be to buy stuff from your brand, or it may be to subscribe to your newsletter, or it may be to subscribe to your channel. Whatever your call to action is, you need to persuade them to go ahead and take the call to action. Then again, in brochures, you'll be like, wow, first 100 early bird offer. You really never know if you're the first, the 10th, the 100th, the 2000th, or the 10,000th customer, right? These are just marketing strategies, persuading people to get more sales and, to grab the attention of their potential customers. Then we have sales writing. So in sales writing, again, we need to persuade and probably win bids for the company. Then you have your shopping catalogs. Your shopping catalogs is all about pictures and how beautifully your makeup pictures look like, or maybe the brand, your bags, your dresses, your t-shirts, your boots, how it's all about your images and the persuasive content that you put there to try and win business for your company. Then you have your speeches. These speeches, obviously, it goes down to our political parties and our political leaders. They are very persuasive in their speeches. They are persuading us to go ahead and agree with them, and to take a call to action. What's the call to action they want us to take? Is to finally to go ahead and vote for them, and which is why their speeches are very persuasive. Then we have reviews. Yes, in reviews, again, we need to be persuasive, either positively or negatively. If you do not like a movie, we are trying to persuade people not to go ahead and watch the movie. If you really like a movie or like a book, you're going to give out all positive reviews in order to persuade people to go ahead and read the book or watch the movie. Last one that we have here is narrative. So as the name suggests, narratives are often about telling stories. The style is adopted, especially when you get down to write a short story or poetry or a novel. So here you create different characters and tell your reader what happens to them, right? So this could be also a fiction or non-fiction, however you are trying to narrate it. So your story writing here, then you also have your script writing. Basically, you're narrating a story, you're narrating, okay? Your narration is an important part here. That's about it. Then you have your diary, your journal entries, your biography narratives, your poetry, your prose, then non-fiction. It could also be your fiction in a narrative style. Now, completed the 4 different types of writing. So you can by now understand which is your piece, and you can, definitely go ahead. Reflective writing in GIBBS model. Now, GIBBS reflective cycle by GIBBS. So in 1988, the American sociologist and psychologist GIBBS published his reflective cycle model in his book named Learning by Doing, right? So here in his cycle, basically the GIBBS reflective cycle encourages people to think systematically about the experiences they've had during a specific situation, event, or an activity. By looking at both negative and positive impacts of the event, people can definitely learn from it, right? So we all have ups and downs in our life, and by drawing down the negatives and the positives, we would definitely learn out from the outcome, and we can also learn to go ahead and write in the same manner. So the first thing is the description. The cycle starts at description, moves on to the evaluation, that is our evaluation. You can also say yes, feelings. So descriptive, then we have our feelings, evaluation, analysis, conclusion, and an actual plan. So now the first stage is in our description stage. Describe in the step the situation, the event, or detail, or activity in detail. So what happened, when did it happen, you can say where did it happen, who were involved, what did you do yourself, what did other people do, what were the results of all these actions. So here, for example, if there was a training program that you've attended, or you can say a project that you're working on. So in the descriptive cycle, you need to mention all of this. Well, making notes about it. What happened? When did it happen? Where did it happen? Who were involved? So say you are writing about a product launch as well. So all these things would help you begin writing your draft, so that end of the day you have like a total documented summary of the event. So then after the first stage, we continue on to the feelings. Okay, so this phase is about the feelings that the event triggered, as well as what someone's thoughts were during the event, the activity, or you can also say the situation described, the situation that is in your description stage. So here it would be like, to bring about awareness is the most important goal of this phase. Emotions don't really need to be evaluated or judged. So here in your feeling stage, it would be like, what did you feel leading up to the event? What did you feel during the event? What did you feel after the event? So say we are sticking to the product launch itself. What did you feel about this? Is it going to be a success? If yes, why? And if no, why? Who were the people involved? What are your contributions? And what is your feeling of this? All of this will be included in your second stage. This is your feeling stage. Okay. So you can also say, what did you think that other people felt during the event? How do you look back on the situation? And what have you learned out of the situation? This is your second phase. Moving on to the third stage, that is your evaluation here, whether the experience of event in step one was good or bad. Okay, if it was good, what was the approach that worked? If it was bad, why was it bad and why didn't it work? What could you do better in future to make it work? So all of this is in your evaluation phase, whereas to understand what went well or what didn't go well, right? So why was that? What was your contribution? What contribution did other people make? It is really worth evaluating bad experiences, because this is the subsequent step in the GIBBS reflective people that have actually helped people learn a lot from the experiences. Okay, so that's your third. Now moving on to the fourth in your analysis stage. So this phase is about what you have learned from the situation, the event, or your activity. So in the third step, you're just documenting what went well and what didn't go well, right? If it went well, what was it? If it didn't go well, what was it? Now here you are analyzing the fourth stage. You are analyzing what you have learned from the situation and activity. What are your learnings that you want to go ahead and adopt for your future understanding? If the product launch didn't go well, what was it? What could you do better in the future? If it went well, what are the good important aspects that you need to convey to your team? So all of this goes into your analysis stage. Then in your conclusion, what happens is ask what else you could have done in this situation, right? To what positive experience did the event or situation or activity lead? To what negative experience did the event, situation, or activity lead to? What is the overall experience? Okay, which skills do you need to develop yourself for another event, for a similar event? What will you do differently, if at all this event has to take place again in the future? How are you going to better yourself? How are you going to develop yourself? Okay, so you will jot down all these points, and out of this is basically for you to learn and better yourself. Last of all, we have the action plan. So here in this conclusion, people make a concrete promises to themselves. So here the intention is mainly to keep promises. If everything went well and fine, you can promise yourself, to go ahead and follow some of the main points that, which worked throughout. If it really didn't go well, you need to promise yourself that you're not going to go ahead and repeat the same mistakes, or, maybe your ego issues or something that came in between. You need to jot down all of that. And this is how it goes into the last and final stage, what you need to adapt and what you should not be adapting, right? So each one would have a different learning experience. So thinking about one's own experience, one can help to perform better, to do things more uniquely in a different manner in the future, right? So this is it about. So yeah. So how can you use it? Obviously, GIBBS reflective cycle can be used in a variety of ways. First of all, any individual can use the cycle. If you're open to actively change yourself, the reflective cycle can be definitely a helpful tool. Coaches also use it, trainers use it, coaches use it. They write down each and every detail about it, what went well, what didn't go well, what they can do better, how should they do better, what could be the other, get feedback, what could be the other tools that they need to implement, the other methodologies that they need to implement, or if something didn't really go well, what they need to strike out from their behavior, and all of these important points. So likewise, we at every stage of our life, we are going to encounter some situation which is good and bad experiences. So we need to learn to kind of write down these. So this is going to help us to be a better writer and also help us to be a better individual. Yeah. So take some time to find your own style of writing that gives a specific way to your pen, for you to pen your words and craft sentences. Give it its due attention. It will definitely be worth it, and your readers will thank you. Okay. Now we will look into the sentence structure and the different types of sentences. So what are sentences firstly, right? What are sentences? Sentences are little packages of words that are put together, right? So they are the packages of words that are put together in order to convey a meaningful sentence. Something meaningful. Okay, so grammatically speaking, in most cases, you'll be dealing with 4 types of sentence structures. Now, before plunging into the sentence structures, let me first tell you what an independent and a dependent clause is. So here we have independent clause and dependent. Okay, so now what an independent and dependent clause is, right? So independent clause is a stand-alone complete sentence in itself. So you can say, I like pasta. That's an independent sentence. Okay, now if I say, although I like pasta, that's just a dependent sentence because it depends on an independent sentence to make it complete. So if I say independent sentences, I like pasta. Dependent sentences, although I like pasta. Now let's understand independent and dependent before going ahead. Independent, standalone, complete in itself. Dependent is an incomplete sentence. That's about it. So firstly, first type of sentence that we have, it's a simple sentence, right? In a simple sentence, it contains a subject and a verb or a verb phrase. So, I hate my boss. This is a standalone, complete sentence in itself. And I know how many of you are actually laughing your hearts out right now. Okay, so I hate my boss is an independent sentence. It contains a subject I and a verb hate, and it expresses a complete thought. It has a verb, it has a subject, and together it's a complete sentence in itself. So this is a simple sentence. Likewise, she reads, she obtained her degree. All of these are simple sentences. Now let's look at the compound sentences. So compound sentences contain 2 independent clauses joined by a coordinating conjunction. Now, what are the coordinating conjunctions? Earlier in the module, that's the first 2 hours, I think I mentioned about the fanboys. Those are FANBOYS. It's over here that I have mentioned you. The fanboys. So I want you to get down to that and again understand, because now it's going to help you to understand further in detail. Okay, your fanboys. Okay, so it is, let me put it up again. boys, for, and, nor, but, or, yet, and so. So these are my coordinating conjunctions, right? So a compound sentence, at least two independent clauses, and which could be combined with a comma, a semicolon, or a coordinating conjunction. Now I told you, if there is a coordinating conjunction joining the two independent clauses, I need to put my comma before the coordinating conjunction. So I'll be giving you more examples over here. I'll just be typing it down, which you all can also use for more for your references and stuff. Okay, so she completed her literature review, and she created her reference list, right? Now she completed her literature review is one complete sentence. She created her reference list is another independent clause, complete sentence. Now between these two independent sentences, I have a coordinating conjunction. And what's my coordinating conjunction? The and. So the comma goes between these two sentences and before my coordinating conjunction to understand, right? So this is a right punctuation. Now let's look into the next sentence that we have. This is a complex sentence. So here at least one independent clause and one dependent clause, right? One independent and one dependent. Now again, I want you to make notes of it. If my sentence ought to begin with a dependent clause, then I need to put a comma after the clause. After which clause? After the dependent clause, right? And if my sentence has to begin with a dependent clause, then there's no use of a comma. So now let's look at another example and I'll help you understand this more in detail. So, although she completed her literature review, she still needs to work on her methods section. Now I'll give you a few seconds to see if you can work this out rightly and where the comma would fit in, right? Okay, so time is up. Let me tell you. So now here I'll explain. It's beginning with a dependent clause, right? Although she completed her literature review, which is a dependent clause, followed by a independent clause. She still needs to work on her methods section, right? So there goes a comma after the completion of an after the completion of a dependent clause. Now it's right. Although she completed her literature review, comma, she still needs to work on her methods section. That's another one. Now I'll give you another example. They studied the Forbes case study for us as they were so interesting, right? So now where do you think the comma should go? Do you think there should be a comma? No, there shouldn't be a comma because I'm beginning with my independent clause. They studied the Forbes case studies for us as they were so interesting. It's complete in itself. As they were so interesting is the second dependent clause, right? But I'm beginning with my independent clause. So that's why there's no use of a comma, and in fact there is no coordinating conjunction as well. Clear? Okay, now let's look at the fourth different type of a sentence that we have here. Okay, we can go through more examples over here. We have, think of subordinate clause as group of words. I shouted because, okay, let's look at the next one that we have. Here we have the compound complex sentences. Now in the compound complex sentences, need to have at least two independent clauses and one dependent clause. So at least two, remember, at least two independent clauses and one dependent clause. So again, I'll give you an example now. You try and fix it. So she completed her literature review. She completed her literature review. She completed her literature review, but she needs to work on her methods section, even though completed her methods course last semester. So now I'm giving you a second or two for you to try and do this before I tell you where the comma has to go. How many commas do you think should go, where, and why? Okay. So there's only one comma that goes into the sentence here. She completed her literature review. Why? Because it's followed by a coordinating conjunction, which is but. But is a coordinating conjunction. But she needs to work on her method section. Then we are again continuing with the dependent clause. So we are beginning with the independent. If we are beginning with an independent, there's no use to separate it with a comma, which is followed by a dependent clause, right? So what she needs to work on her method section, even though she completed her methods course last semester. So yes, with these different sentence structures, I'm sure you've got an idea as to how to go about the usage of a comma and where is the semicolon. So yes, looking at these, I would also tell you if there is just two independent clauses, in the absence of a coordinating conjunction, you need to put in a semicolon. So let's look at this. She completed her literature review, no and, she created her reference list. So in the absence of this coordinating conjunction, if it had to be just she created her literature review, she completed her literature review and she created her reference list. So if at all, I would take off this and, right? I would take off the and here. What happens if I take off the and? I would also take off the comma and I would replace it with the semicolon. And then what happens? It makes sense now. She completed her literature review. She created her reference list. But ideally, it depends on you. You could either use a semicolon or you can just, end the sentence and begin with a new sentence. Learning style guides. Yes. So now going about style guides, it's about what comes to your mind. It's about the alignment. It's about the font size, the spacing, the tone of voice, the colors, probably the images, the guidelines, some writing tips. It could be about the templates used, and all of this goes into a style guide, right? Now, if at all you have to go into a style guide for your company, it would be like, specifying where your logo is, the color used, the font, the text, each and every tiny detail. So basically, style guides are to bring consistency into a particular piece, into your particular piece, or you can say a presentation within a presentation, and also it brings about a consistency among all your pieces of content all through your website, or it would be even for internal or external communication. So there is a style that needs to be maintained when you are representing a company. So that's your style guides. Right, so now, for example, look at the Henry Harvin style guide here. We have the watermark behind, and the colors are dark purple with light purple, white background, and the text is written in black, bold and underline the heading. So these are some of the style guides that we need to maintain when we are representing a particular brand. So now let's look at some of the popular style guides. Yeah, okay. So what is style and writing? Style guides are your writing and editing guides that basically enable newspapers, magazines, and websites to maintain accuracy, clarity, and consistency in their content. So here what happens, see, most of the they are roped in to work for a news company, you say, okay? And if, a lot of time goes into editing and bringing about consistency in the pieces of content that is being submitted. So if beforehand they are given the style guides to be followed, like the size, the font, the color, the tone, the voice, everything, it becomes much easier for everything to be consistent, right? So yeah, it brings about consistency in the content. So with a style guide by your side, you'll have a clear idea of whether you should write, say for example, that we should write email or email, that is E with a hyphen and mail, or email. So even it is this clear how you need to specify words, right? Some of the popular style guides, we have the APA, that is the Associated Press Style Guide. Then we have the Chicago Manual Style Guide. We have the Modern, which is the MLA Style Guide. We have the Yahoo Style Guide and all of this. So these are the style guides which are commonly used and very popular. So, you know, the style guides, that is the APA, MLA, and the Chicago, are very popular, mostly used for the academics. Now, APA stands for this, your Associated Press Style Book, or you can say American Psychological Association. Okay. So it's a writing style and format for academic documents. You can say such as scholarly journal articles and books and all of that, the like. Whereas MLA is your Modern Language Association. This format refers to the format the association has created that is commonly used in many areas of academic writing, especially for the humanities, that is your philosophy, your religion, art, music, literature, history, and language. And the other popular one in the academics is the Chicago Style Guide. This format basically helps researchers to go ahead and properly cite their sources, because in content, you know, when creating research papers or when writing research papers, there a lot goes into, you know, referencing and cross-referencing, giving different references and stuff. So the Chicago Style Guide gives a clear format with regards to how researchers need to cite their sources accordingly. So I'm sure that you would have heard of Penguin Publishers, right? So even Penguin Publishers are very scrupulous when it comes to Penguin Publishers. They are very particular with regards to the kind of drafts that they receive from XYZ to be in the APA style guide, in the APA format. So if you're looking for these particular style guide, these templates are easily available on Google, free to download. Else, like I told you, I mentioned about Google Docs. Google Docs is an app or a software that you can download from freely from Google Play. So what happens is, on that software, when you click to add a new template, you know, a new document, there are different templates from which you can choose from. You also have your APA, you have your MLA, your Chicago Style Guide. All of these are there and available. So when you are sending into Penguin Publishers, they require you to send in your manuscript and a draft of it in the APA style guide. So this brings about consistency in the way they want to maintain and the way a particular organization wants the consistency to be brought out in their content. Then another topic which we will be discussing, since we spoke about, you know, the importance of maintaining a particular format, a particular style, and all of this, when it also comes to your writing, apart from just following these formatting style guides, there is a format for us to go ahead and also maintain, you know, between words, between sentences, and paragraphs. So this is called as your coherence writing. So what is coherence basically? So coherence in writing is mainly the logical bridge, you can say, between words, between sentences, and paragraphs. So yes, so talking about coherence between words, between each word, coherence can be created, right? So parallel structure means, you know, using similar grammatical constructions between words in a sentence. For instance, let's look at this. If one verb in a list takes on the ing gerund form, like say running, then the other verbs in the list also ought to be in the ing gerund form. So an incoherent subject would be like, I'll give you an example. An incoherent structure would be like, Nora likes to jump, running, and skate, right? So only running is in the ing form, whereas the jump and the skate aren't in the ing form. So that is a wrong, incoherent sentence. Coherence, that is right, coherence in writing. So I said Nora likes to jump, running, and skate. This is obviously incoherent sentence because only the word running is in the ing gerund form, whereas jump and skate are not in the ing gerund form. So this becomes an incoherent sentence. In order to make an incoherent sentence right and correct, we need to say Nora likes jumping, running, and skating. This is incoherent, right? Now when we say Nora likes jumping, running, and skating, this becomes a coherent sentence because all of the verbs are in the ing gerund form, right? So this is coherence between words. Now moving ahead, we have coherence between sentences. Now what do you mean coherence between sentences? The sentences that lack coherence, it would be mainly because of repetition, right? So for example, sentences such as the most important part of the lesson is the thesis statement. The thesis statement introduces the argument of the essay. The thesis statement also helps to create a structure for the essay. So right, in this sentence, what we are talking about, the thesis statement, instead of referring it to as, we are saying, repeating the same thing, the thesis statement, the thesis statement, the thesis statement, which is really not necessary, and it becomes an incoherent the whole structure becomes incoherent, right? So we need to avoid such sentences, right? So another way to create a coherence would be, through transitional devices. There are many types of transitional devices that show time and help ideas to flow smoothly, right? So some words such as first and latter and then are a few. You're talking about two things. You'll be saying, like, rather than item A or item X, you will be saying the first and the latter, right? So you can, to just avoid repetition, these would be some of the transitional devices that you could use to bring about coherence between your sentences and not to make it look very childish and, to cut out the dead weight and to avoid your repetition. The next one that we would be talking about is coherence between paragraphs. So what are coherence between paragraphs? These are basically transitional words, can also be used between paragraphs. When you say words as therefore, however, I'm going to type it out, however, therefore. These also brings up, when you're talking about coherence between paragraphs, it means to say you need to make smooth transitions. Your first paragraph has to be relevant to your second has to be interrelated to your third, and this is how it all has to be weaved up and stitched up together in order for it to come out as a complete logical structured piece, right? So all these are some of the words that you can use: first, latter, all of these. So this brings about having a consistent paragraph structure and a point of view. So make sure that when you're talking about one, you just don't switch from one point of view to another, from the third to the second and all of that. It becomes very confusing and it looks very incoherent. Okay, so now talking about point of view, that is your POV, which is your point of view. Now, what is this? You might have heard of the first, second, and the third person, right? So there are three different types. That is your first, second, and your third person's point of view. Now you need to be very clear about these three points of view, because it is very important in the way you are writing and the way you are structuring. So now what is the first person point of view? It is when the main character is the narrator, or when the writer is the narrator himself, right? So you can say, now talking about Twilight series. So Edward is the main character, Bella is the main character. So when they are talking, I, me, myself, even though it's written by the narrator there, the narrator is writing everything in the first person's point of view, right? So that is your first person, when the main character is the narrator himself. Okay, now talking about the second person, when the writer is including the reader into his story. So this would be useful when you are, writing motivational pieces like, you are strong, you are brave, you are are courageous, you are awesome, you are fantastic, you are amazing, and all of these. So this is your second person point of view when the narrator, or you can say the writer, is involving the reader into his story. So another best place where we think we can use the second person point of view is for our advertising copy writing, for our copywriting, that's our advertisement copies. So when we say that, you need to use this makeup product, you need to use this lipstick because it's going to stay on for 9 to 5, that's flat 8 hours, which would be very useful for you, right? That is when you need to use your second person. And now what is the third person? The third person is when the writer is the narrator, right? When the writer is the narrator, that is the third person point of view. So coherence in writing, that is between your words, sentences, and paragraph, you also need to make sure that you don't switch over immediately without any logical structure from one point of view to another. Then yes, so before going into learning about content flow, the presentation, and some presentation tips, let's go into the main thing about creating a presentation, or what is a strategy before when creating any kind of content, be it for social media or be it for any kind of content. You have to have like a major understanding on the main purpose of why you are creating the content, right? So let's understand this. We have to focus on 4 wives and 1 husband. So that's like the easiest way to remember, 4 wives and 1 husband. So it would be why, firstly, then who, what, where, how. Yeah, so 4 wives, that is why, who, what, where, and how. So all of this we need to keep in mind before going ahead and creating any kind of content. So it's only then that you're kind of shaping a strategy towards your content, right? So the first thing is, why are you circulating this information? Why are you circulating this information? So this is basically, what is your purpose? Why? Whether to get more leads, whether to get more sales, whether to get more people know about your business, about your brand awareness. So the main thing is why. Why are you preparing this content? To get more sales for your product, to get more people visiting your website, to get more fame, get to sell your book, to get a lot of likes, a lot of subscribers. Why are you creating this content? Or just mainly to just share your knowledge, just share information? Why are you creating is the most important part of your content creation, right? The next thing is who exactly do you want to meet? So who are your target audience? Your target audience are whom do you want to meet? Whom do you want to convey your message to? What is the purpose of your message, and to whom do you want to convey this message? So this part is, who exactly do you want to meet, right? Then what are you going to publish? So what are you going to publish is basically whether you want to publish a video or you want to publish an audio. What do you want to publish? So what do you want to publish? You need to keep in mind before actually going ahead and understanding the different parts, right? Yeah. So what are you going to publish? If you are going to publish a brochure, it has to be in a different format. If you are publishing a newsletter, in a different format. If you are publishing a blog post, a different format. A white paper, a different format. If you are publishing a video, what are the contents of the video? What is the storyboarding and all of that, right? So that is about what are you going to publish, right? Then where will your content have the most impact, right? So where will your content have the most impact? Whether it's going to be on social media, whether it's going to be on TV, whether it's going to be on radio, whether it's going to be on billboards, hoardings, where, right? So you need to understand this, where. So it could be maybe, where you could meet your target audience, right? I'll give you one example. Now, there was, a company which dealt with, selling luxury apartments. and they invested around 4 crores with regards to their advertisements, right? So 4 crores was the investment only in advertising. And to be honest, out of these 4 crores that they invested, they got just one lead. In fact, not even a sale, it is just a lead. Why and where did they go wrong? In fact, they went wrong with regards to choosing the medium. They did not focus on where part, right? So if you focus on this where part, it's only then that all of the above, your who, why, and what are going to serve purpose, right? So they chose luxury apartments, and they chose, to advertise with billboards, on basically on hoardings and stuff that were being put up on buses. Now, if your product is luxury apartments, obviously it would be catering to the higher class people, that is, the people with a higher income. If you are going to serve only, if you are going to, advertise your product that caters only to the medium incomers, or you can say the low income people, for sure it's not going to be making any sense for them to even look at your ad, right? So this is where they went wrong. They did not choose the where part and focus on the where. So you need to understand where is your content going to have the most impact, and it's only then that you need to go ahead and promote your product accordingly, making sure that you reach the right audience at the right time. Okay, now I'll tell you what better they could have done. Probably, they could have ventured into sponsoring a marathon, because marathons are held at MNCs and stuff, right? So when you are dealing with MNCs, you are also dealing with people who can afford and buy your luxury apartments, because they are the ones who aged, you can say about 30ish and stuff. Yeah, yeah, and that would be the right age wherein they are looking to settle down, buy apartments, and also they would be looking for kind of luxury apartments. So catering to those audience and sponsoring an event for the marathon, like giving away goodies and t-shirts and hats and caps, which has your brand name and the tagline, and your call to action, in the sense where do they need to contact, or what is your website link, and all of that, that could definitely have brought them a lot of sales. In fact, and it worked out much cheaper than 4 crores. So the where part is very important in order for your sales conversions as well. Okay, then how will you carry out your strategy now, when once your why, who, what, where is all fallen in place and taken a shape? You need to focus on how are you going to carry forward your strategy. How, whether it is going to be basically, if you've answered all of the above, why, what, who, where, the how will automatically fall in place. How, if it is through a marathon, okay, now how do we work on sponsoring this event? How do we do it? How do we get down to the process? So that is the 5 most important points to make sure when we are creating any kind of content. I gave you an example with regards to your content, marketing your product. So the likewise, even when you are creating a PPT or a PowerPoint presentation, you need to understand the main thing, why, what is the main message, who are your audience, what are you going to publish, whether you're going to have like a lot of quizzes, whether you're going to have like a video, or you're just going to have a simple presentation, in order for them to just understand you, and where maybe you are just having it within the team, or it would be for the entire organization. Where are you going to have it? How are you going to do it, right? So once all of this is fallen in place, you are on the right way. Okay, then moving on, we have something as Google algorithms. So now, since you all know what SEO and stuff is, at least you'll have a brief idea about it. Google algorithm. Now, what are these Google algorithms, right? So now, PageRank is an algorithm used by Google search to rank websites. Okay, so PageRank is a way of measuring the importance of web pages. Of course, this is named after Larry Page, one of the founders of Google. Now, in order for you to have a higher page rank, there are various factors, but you need to make sure that your content is structured rightly. You need the right audience. You are having a lot of keywords, relevant keywords. Your navigation is pretty easy and simple. You are not having any kind of confusing content. You have put up all genuine content, which is not copied content. All of this pays importance in you. Yeah, and also another thing is your timely publishing. Okay, so if you're publishing every 2 hours and that's like your standard, you need to follow the same standard. You ought to have the same structure by putting up new and fresh content every 2 hours, right? So that is your how everything is linked together: your content creation, your content strategy, and your SEOs, and then your Google algorithms, and how you could increase your page rank, how you could get more number of visitors onto your website, and all of that. This is just like the basics. Yeah. So now we have learning about the content flow and presentation. So content structure of a PPT, right? So the first thing is obviously an introduction. What your introduction is about. It should define the objective. It should set the welcoming plot. It should have an introduction. Like if you see or refer to the module here, at the very beginning, we spoke about the agenda, the points that we would be discussing, what are the sub points included in module 1. All of this is in your introduction. So once you are done with the introduction, now you need to get down to your body. In the body, you need to discuss only the relevant points. Make sure you don't put out all of the information onto the PPT. That's just not going to serve the purpose. You have an instructor to go ahead and cater to the deeper explanation, and for you to have a deeper understanding, you have an instructor. But otherwise, in your body, you just have to maintain only the highlighted bulleted points. The rest has to be given by the instructor, relevant points. Okay. Then towards the end, you have your conclusion. So in your conclusion, you always need to make sure to have a summary, the takeaways of the content, the scope of the content, and everything. So this goes down to module by module. You do not wait for the nth module and then you just give a summary overall. That doesn't work that way. What works is you complete module 1, you have like a summary of module 1, refresh, and then get started with your second module. It's easier for the participants to understand, right? Yes. Then some of the other important points would be like, you need the important points would be like, sticking to the format. Make sure that your format does not go out of away. And, if your slide number 1 is in a particular format, you ought to make sure your slide 2, slide 3, and the entire thing is in a rigid format without having a lot of changes and errors and stuff. And for everything, obviously, you need to make sure that you proofread and do the editing part and the editing bit. Yeah. Then some of the tips to, top 10 PowerPoint slide tips that I would be sharing with you is the first thing, you need to make sure to keep your design simple, right? So the software is designed as a convent, for it to be convenient way to display your graphical information that would support the speaker and supplement the presentation and the presenter, right? So the slides themselves were never really meant to be the star of the show. It is, of course, the main thing is just to share information, but who would be taking you through is your instructor. So your slides should have plenty of white space. Okay, your slides should have like a lot of, it should not look cluttered, right? Do not feel compelled to fill every empty area, and you can just have like a very aesthetic design, like the placement of your logo, the watermark where you want to place it. And obviously a watermark, when say watermark, it is obviously where a grayed out, right? Then have less clutter, just make everything simple, bulleted points. And again, limit your bulleted points and your text, because you do not want to bore off your audience. Your presentation is for the benefit of audience, right? So make sure you are creating content for the benefit of them. It shouldn't be too dragging, not boring, right? The best text, in fact, will not really have any text at all. This may sound insane, but yes, it will just have simple bulleted points. It is just, your PPTs are basically just to support the narration of the speaker, right? Then you can say, yeah, you can limit the transition and, animations and stuff, objects that, animations. Instead, just have everything to the point. Don't make something flying out of nowhere come in between of a formal presentation, right? So you can just keep it as simple as what you see on your TV, your, news channels, the way they maintain the flow, the consistency. You need to stick to that and understand those as well. Then, yeah, when you are using graphics, a very important factor is to use this high quality graphics. Make sure you use high quality graphics, including any kind of photographs, including any clip arts and stuff. So make sure you do not use any copyrighted images. You need to make sure you include high images, high photographs. If you're clicking for your own DIYs, something should be with a good digital camera, and yeah, then you can say you can have a visual theme, but avoid using your mainstream PowerPoint templates, because you need to be very clear, and you need to make sure that it does not look similar to an other presentation used by probably X, Y, or Z. Then, yeah, use appropriate charts, right? Always be asking yourself, how much of detail do I need? Presenters are usually guilty of including too much of data in their own screenshot. So there are several ways to which you can display your data in a graphic form. You have your pie charts, you have your vertical charts, you have your line charts, you have all of these different charts, right? So these are best used to kind of make your text look uncluttered, to make it look simple and to the point. Then use your color well. Of course, you do not want to hurt anyone's eye, and you do not want to blind the eyes of your audience. So stick to well color coding. Like, don't make it too shiny into the eyes, like bright red or bright yellows and oranges. No, that does not work in the formal presentation. Choose your fonts well. Yes, your font can tell a lot about you. When you're using your font, make sure that you don't use some font which is not formal. You can stick to Calibri, you can stick to Times New Roman. Otherwise, whatever specific guidelines your organization has stated, you need to follow those guidelines only. Then use audio and video. So using an audio or a video clip will not only illustrate your point better, in fact, it will also serve as a change of pace, that's going to, like, how are you going to hold the interest of your audience? If you have in between short videos that you can play for them, you can use small audio clips, such as interviews. This would definitely add, right? So it is going to definitely spark the interest into your audience and keep the presentation going on. And yes, spend time in the slide sorter, like when you are trying to cut out the dead weight and stuff, make sure that you do not unnecessarily put things on the PPTs which otherwise the presenter can convey without requiring those slides. So, like even I've taken you through, not each and every tiny detail has been entered in the slides. So whatever is relevant, whatever the bulleted points are, we have it on the PPT. Otherwise, whatever necessary requirements that I had to add in, some few concepts that ran through my mind as and how I was discussing and taking you through, I just opened up a notepad and I quickly took you guys through that. So that's some few tips on your content structuring and some tips to better your PowerPoint presentation. Okay, so then, yeah, so we are done with the module 1. I will just take you through another one last topic that's running through my mind right now, and then we shall go with the summary of the entire module 1, right? Okay, so the main thing is now, yeah, okay, structuring techniques. I think through my through the first module we have already spoken about, having uncluttered content, not having too much of block content, which is going to hurt the eyes of your readers. So introductory paragraph should contain up to, like, not more than 100 words and stuff. So let it be short and simple. So paragraph break is necessary after the cluster of 8 to 10 lines, that is 100 to 150 words make a good paragraph. Anything more than that would actually not really interest your readers. So content should not be out of flow, and it should be in sync with the transition that is made from one topic to another. So when you are switching from topic to topic, make sure you introduce your topics, give a gist about what the topic is about, then you go ahead and interlink other topics. If you are going to go out of nowhere, link one topic to another without absolutely no relation whatsoever, it's again not going to be serving the purpose. Then you need to make sure that you do not cross the word limit of the content, and it should complement the format. Exactly. You need to make sure that you don't put too much of content again and again, which is unnecessary and which is otherwise known as your dead weight. Okay, then another last topic that I would want to discuss here is the usage of words. Now we've spoken about dictionary, I mean your diction, about tips to build your vocabulary and stuff. Another thing is the usage of words. Why they say English is a funny language? It's because one word being pronounced the same, spelled the same, they have like a lot of different meanings. Okay, so a few examples here are: the bandage was wound around the wound. So wound, W-O-U-N-D, wound, wound also W-O-U-N-D, wound, and wound, W-O-U-N-D. So both the words incorporate in the same sentence. The bandage was wound means it was wrapped around your wound, around the hurt, right? So these two words have a lot of difference in their meanings. Another one, okay, another one, the farm was used to produce, right? The farm was used to produce, which is to produce. The produce they're talking here about is to produce maybe the rice or the paddy or spinach, whatever. So the farm was used to produce the produce. Again, that's why English is a funny language. Then a few funny ones that I have. The soldier decided to desert his desert in the desert. So can you see the difference? Desert, and a desert. So there are three different meanings over here. Desert, of course, the sandy desert that we are talking about, and desert, just leaving, I want to desert you, basically just leaving a person lonely in a desert. Okay, then another one is they were too close to the door to close it. You were too close to the door for you to close it. You needed to, like, move a little more to close the door, right? So this is, they were too close to the door to close it, close and close. Then there was a row among the oarsmen about how to row. So ROW and ROW. Then you have a lot more. We must polish the polished furniture. We must polish the polished furniture. Polish and polish. Then the insurance was invalid for the invalid. I did not object to object. So all of these, then you can say the dump was so full it had to refuse more refuse. It had to refuse more refuse. So these are some of the words which you think that, yeah, you can just like look up for words and you can try using these kind of words and using it in your own ways to build your own vocabulary as well. So that's the last step of module 1. Now we shall go through the summary. Hope you enjoyed it so far. Yes, so now we will be going through the entire summary of the first module. We'll try and sum it up so that everything stays in your mind. And if you want to take down any points as in how we are doing the summary, you can definitely do so. So yes, so the first thing is, what is content and what is strategy? Content is obviously more than just text and writing. It involves your video, it involves your audio, visual images, that basically you are trying to communicate any idea or your main message, right? However, and of course, writing is the most significant part. Now, moving on to strategy. Strategy is to understand all the available options. And when you have different options for you to know what not to do, you are essentially left with what to do. So content strategy is basically the discovery, the ideation, implementation, and maintenance of all types of your digital content on various social media platforms. Again, let me tell you, content strategy is for you to understand the discovery, for you to discover, ideate, and implement and maintain all your digital content, right, on various digital media platforms. You can have on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on Pinterest, on Twitter. So you have different social media handles, and for each social media handle, you'll have different content, right? Then moving on to keywords. So keywords we spoke about, 99% of the searches on Google are purely based on keywords alone, right? So on keywords, you have based on keywords. So Google Spiders, so the Google Spiders are a software which helps you to organize your search and your content with your website. So if people type chocolates, you are bound to receive results only from chocolate websites, right, which have the word chocolate in it. So that's your keywords. And for you to understand how to get more keywords, how to look into the keywords and use the keywords that our potential customers are looking for, I would be taking you through Keyword Planner in Module 2. Right. So, and then I gave you some examples, let's look into the keywords for travel websites, like, having low-cost flights, budgeted airlines, cheap flights and stuff. So the main thing is, to use cheap flights as your part of your keyword, right? Okay. So low cost and budgeted flights get hardly around thousands and hundreds searches. But when you're talking about cheap flights, it gets almost 74 lakh queries each month. Yeah, and then your KYC for your audience, how we have KYC, that's know your client. Here as writers, we need to understand our readers, who our readers are. So yes, now I'll tell you an example from my Facebook page and the Instagram. Now, what really runs on my Facebook page is, stuff that, for women empowerment, and, I've been, stuff like betrayal and stuff like hurting and coming out as a warrior and as a phoenix. All those kind of writings do well in comparison. Otherwise on Instagram, what happens is more love related, even though it's my same page that I'm managing. On Instagram, it is something like love related quotes. Those kind of writings do well. So it depends on, you need to understand who your audience are, what platform works what, which content you need to create for which platform, and accordingly go ahead with your content creation. So the same thing, even when you're using keywords, make sure you do not think that, yes, I'm too classy or I'm too dignified, I cannot use so and so word because it's not going to be fitting into my website. If you have this kind of an attitude, obviously you are not going to be getting more number of people to visit your website. Then moving on to organic and sponsored content. I told you sponsored is they have paid Google to show up just on the searches, right? It is based on the keywords. Now coming up on the organic content, they are not paying Google to show up, but they are still showing up on the first and the second and the third pages. It's because of their high page rank. Maybe, a different, because Google marks them, because of the genuine content, because of the highest traffic that they have, because of the easy navigation, because of the consistent publishing posts that they have, timely publishing posts that they maintain a particular schedule. So it would depend on their page rank. So that's your organic and sponsored content. So in order for us to go ahead and have a higher reach to our audience organically, we need to incorporate keywords. Then we spoke about bargaining power. So basically, in every transaction, there are two or more parties involved. And of course, when there are two or more parties involved, there are different degrees of bargaining power. So as a writer, we would be dealing with Google and we would be dealing with our readers, right? So when dealing with Google and readers, what is our bargaining power? Our bargaining power is obviously second to none. We cannot dictate terms to Google, neither can we dictate terms to our readers, telling our readers that no matter what, you only have to look into our website to get information. Neither can we tell Google, no matter what my page rank is, I just want to show up on your first website on your search engine result page. Can we do that? How I wish we could. We all would have been established, thousands of dollars a day. Okay. Then next, what did we speak about? We spoke about clickbaits, right? So yes, so clickbaits are, it depends whether you want to use clickbaits or not, but it is an unethical practice. It for sure would definitely bring you a lot of traffic in your initial days, but you're not going to get repeated traffic. I give you an example of Aishwarya and Salman Khan. That's the best way to try and remember. So they have deceiving titles, and once you click the content and you go to the website, or you click the video and watch the video, it is not what you expected it to be. It is kind of deceiving or tricking you into clicking that particular video, right? And then Google is biased towards the content that provides hints for solutions, which is solution oriented, such as like 10 quick tips or 5 life hacks, 5 ways to do, how to do, and all those things. Those would be the quick strategies. Then we spoke about some content marketing strategies. We spoke about having a good recall value for your name is very important. We spoke about babycook.com. They have like a great, very catchy business brand name, and also the tagline is very cool, which would definitely relate to all youngsters, which is to keep you insane, insanity unites us all. Then we moved on to talking about Amul sharing different trending news, the way they share news and stuff with their relevant trending topics, and they somehow try and link it with their product and their brand. Then we moved on to Trivago. Trivago, it has, the way they follow different websites, they do the comparison and put it on their website. So instead of you going to Make My Trip, Go Ibibo and stuff, you just go to Trivago and you get the prices of different websites on one single platter. It's like everything is served to you on a golden platter. So this brings down your transactional cost. So when we talk about transactional cost, it brings down your human effort, your monetary effort, and it saves your time. So what sells online? Anything that you could try and reduce the transactional cost of your readers. So from this, we also linked and we understood aggregation and agglomeration. So you need to aggregate your content in order to, have different, for a relevant topic, discussing different small topics within one blog itself. I gave an example about the different tiger reserves, if you can try and cover in one blog piece. Later on, for a deeper clarification, you can incorporate hyperlinks to specify more detailed approach of one particular tiger reserve. Yeah, then so basically you get just 2 seconds of your readers, so you need to make the best time out of this. Okay, then moving on to digital and non-digital content, we have offline and online. The offline, we have magazines, we have newspapers, we have books, brochures, and all of this. The main objective to focus on your offline content is the readability. When the same book or magazine or your news piece goes online, we then have to focus on our keywords. Now the book is on a paperback, ditch the keywords, not required, not necessary, not reliable, because you are not going to be picked up based on your keywords, right? But the same thing, it goes online, it's only then that we need to surely focus on our keywords. Okay, then what else? Yeah, we need to make sure that we stand out with the content. For this, we need to be very clear about the different approach that we make, about our very engaging, head-turning titles, about the curiosity engaging titles and all of that. Then moving on, we have different content tones. So we had your formal, serious, funny, sarcastic, informal, and pessimistic. So we need to stick to a formal tone when writing any formal email, a formal white paper for an organization, right? So what is a white paper? Moving on, we have white papers, a technical piece of writing that are used to convey a specific message to specific audience, an organization, institution, or brand. Always it is big, yeah, it is fact-based, backed by your statistical data. And this is your white paper. For this, you cannot have, informal way of writing. You need to stick to your formal. So when you're writing a novel, probably then you can use a novel or poetry or non-fiction, fiction stories, then you can use your, what works well. Maybe you can use sarcasm, you can use informal, casual way of writing, funny, a humorous way, all of these. Yeah. Then moving on, we also spoke about mood, then we spoke about the point of view, attitude, and all of that, right? So attitude would be the beliefs, your optimistic approach, especially it is backed by your genetic culture and all of that. So when you are writing for your brand, it obviously differs when you are writing on your own blog, presenting yourself. But when you're writing for your brand, you're not presenting yourself, you're presenting your brand there. You need to make sure that it does not hamper or have any kind of hindrance on the brand image of your organization. Then a point of view, you should structure your content or your message in a manner that you are able to read and understand from even the third person's point of view. Make sure when you are switching from one sentence to another, from one paragraph to another, make sure you don't confuse with the point of views, right? Stick to one point of view in one particular blog piece. And also make sure that you are just catering to one purpose and one single message. Make sure you're not beating around the bush. Then moving on to word choice. Word choice, these are based on your keywords. It could be the writer's selection of words. So you can use a funny tone for your blogs, and when it comes to your informal, when it comes to your formal, you can use for your articles. A sad tone, this one brings out the emotions. Sarcastic is generally avoided, but it could be a perfect blend of humor, when you try and blend it well, and if you know who your audience are, and if you are able to link it with your audience. Okay. Then moving on, we have styles of writing and types. So style of writing is basically the syntax, the technique, the tone, the word choice that an individual writer or an author uses in his writing. So you can follow different authors on Instagram and you can just see the flavor that each one maintains, the style, the format, the style guide that they follow. It is very, very unique to each one's personality. Okay, types of styles. We have expository, we have descriptive, we have persuasive, and narrative. So an expository is a writing style that kind of explains and informs. You write everything about a particular topic, making sure you don't give out your own opinions, right? So you have here your reports, your findings, your case studies, recipes, textbooks, scientific writing, technical writing, and all of that. Moving on to your descriptive writing. So when you give a lot of details, here you mainly focus on the 5 elements, that is the senses which are used to make the reader feel and live the experience, right? So here in this style of writing, you are mainly focusing on painting an image of your story or your event to your audience. So here the 5 elements that you need to focus are your visual, that is the sight, your auditory, that's the audio, then you have the gustatory, then that is your taste, then you have the tactile, that is the touch, and then your smell, right? Then you have your narrative and persuasive. So a narrative, or basically narrative, is telling your story, writing a piece that kind of tells a story involves something that has happened to you, probably in a way which your audience gets to learn a lesson or probably just get insights. Maybe narrate a story about your experiences in a particular event, or when you were part of it, just narrating a story so that other people would be motivated from your stories, right on those lines. Moving on to persuasive, here you write with an objective to try and convince someone to take a particular issue or a point of voice or view, right? To understand, and basically you are persuading them in order to go ahead and agree with your point. So these examples would be like, your sales brochures, your political speeches, all of these are just persuading people. Yeah. Then we also went through the expert and the influencer differences. So, influencer, a person who works on social networks in a way that inspires action, right? So, getting people to like, share, comment, and so on. Because of their influence, you are using them for your marketing purposes. Then, who is an expert? An expert is the one who masters the style of writing, basically the way he puts, reaches out to the audience, his subject matter experience, his subject matter knowledge, and all of that. He is your expert. Then we went through the 10 common types of writers in media and content marketing. We went with the brand journalist, the one who comes around with great narratives and great story. Then you have your SEO generalist. Your SEO generalist, yeah, he's the one who takes care of your he's the one who takes care of your search engine optimization and keywords and all of that. And third one, we have the digital or your UX writer or designer. He's the one who would go into the structuring of your website and the look and feel of your website, the interface of your website, to make sure that the navigational pages are on track and nothing's a hindrance and everything looks appealing and everything's presented well. It is also the page, he makes sure that your page is according to the hierarchy of information, which will be convenient for the visitors. Then your lead generation writer. So your lead generation writer has to have a very strong persuasive style of writing. They need to sell effective copy. They need to have the selling strategies in their content. They need to make sure that the people are converted into leads. So examples are sales letters. Then you have anything that involves your call to action, all of these. Then you have your subject matter expert. So here someone who has a deep understanding in a specific area within an industry. And then you have your influencer, like we've spoken just a couple of minutes ago, who would add credibility to your content. Then you have your social media writer, that is who writes on your Facebook or Instagram or Twitter and gets many followers and stuff. Then your advertising copywriter, here maintain the brand voice, the print, TV, radio, billboards, any platform of the like. Then your technical writer, here focused on highly technical content. So obviously they make complex concepts which are easy for any layman to understand. So a few examples of these are your frequently asked questions, your how-to manuals, your guides, your instruction manuals, your reference guides, and all of these are written by a technical writer. The last one is your grant writer. So they are the ones who write proposals in order for a grant to be granted. Then most common grammatical errors. There is a contraction of they are, their denotes position, and there stands for a place. Your versus your. Your stands for position. Well, you are is made up of you and are. Its versus its. Its is position. It is a shorthand for it is. Effect versus effect. Effect is the verb, whereas effect with the E is the noun, right? Then to describe that, then to versus to. So the first to is, for a destination and stuff, whereas the second, the to, which is TOO, that is me too, or, also, so that's the main differences. Then we looked into the punctuations. So use comma between two independent clauses in a sentence. You should also place them after the introductory words, the phrases or clauses. I've given you quite a few examples and how to structure your sentences with the right punctuations, right? Okay, then looking into the dangling modifiers, make sure you avoid all of the messaging and the lingo style. Make sure it is accurate and you do not have any misleading sentence that kind of looks misleading in nature. Yeah. Yes, then British and your American English, whatever ends with, words that end in RE often end in ER. For American English, words that end with OUR usually end in OR for American English. Then verbs that end with YSE, that is basically ISE, are always spelled in IZE for American English, like, realize, REALISE and REALIZE. Then you have your content formats. Content formats, we have web and, web and offline. You have your print, your blog, your landing pages, newspapers. These are all the examples of web content, whereas your newspaper, flyers, brochures, your posters, all this would be the examples of your print. So we need to make sure we have different content structured for a different format to cater to the right audience at the right time. At the right time, in the sense, if you are having an event planned up, next month, you need to start right away with your advertisement and not after that, which is visual, or not just 1 or 2 days before that. It's visual, not going to fetch you the number of entries that you're wishing for. Then you have sentence structure. Yes, a sentence is a group of words and strings together which expresses a complete thought to the reader. So you have your simple, your compound, your complex, difference, and your compound complex. So these are the 4 different sentence structures which we've discussed, and we have also discussed the punctuation that goes through these 4 different structure types. Then we have style guide. The style guides, these are the ones that help you to maintain your accuracy, that brings about consistency within a particular piece of content or within the content through different pieces of content. So overall brings about consistency within an organization. So that goes to say, it could be your logo, it could be your color, your font, your spacing, your format, your alignment. All of this goes with your style guide. So some of the popular style guides are APA, your Chicago, and MLA. That is your few of your important style guides, and in fact the most popular ones. And I told you these would be freely available on Google, which you can freely download. Otherwise, these templates are available on your Google Docs. So if you say new document and say new template, you could choose any one of the template which you think would suit your requirement. Yeah, thank you. And we are done with that. So now let's move on to the common grammatical mistakes. See, obviously there are few mistakes, grammatical mistakes, which when we look into it right now, we'll be like, oh, these are very basic. But let me tell you, most of the writers get confused even with the basic spellings. And what happens is its overall quality is definitely going to be reduced. Even if we happen to write on Google Docs, let me tell you, Google Docs is something like your MS Word, but it's free. You can download it and use it right away on your phone from Play Store, Google Docs. So that's a great software wherein you can just start writing and everything gets saved automatically onto the drive and all of that. Okay, but even when you use these spelling mistakes, they are not going to identify. The software, Google Docs may not really identify. If at all you have to use, they are instead of there. Okay, because as a spelling it's correct, but when you use it in a sentence which does not make sense, the entire sentence is going to be incorrect. So let's just get down to basics and let's just go back to school. So there is a contraction of they are, then there refers to something owned by someone, there refers to a place. So let's look at the correct usage here. So they're going to be there in 1 week and they will love their hospitality, right? So they're going to be there in 1 week and they'll love their hospitality. So getting down to this, where all the three words are used in this sentence. Giving you a moment to read, and let's switch. Your versus you are. Again, this is, most of us know it, but because we are so used to this SMS lingo and the way we text, we often get very confused with these two words, your and your. So you are, that is first thing, it is an abbreviation of you are. So you wrote it up all in under 5 minutes. You're fast. You are fast, right? Then here, your denotes position. So how's your mother doing? Imagine if you have to put here apostrophe RE, it would be how's you are mother doing, which is absolutely wrong. Then you also have something as you also have something as, let me tell you here, this one, you'll and y'all. Okay, so the first one, you'll, that is you will, right? And the second one is you all. So this is another important one to make a note of, you will and you all. Yeah, next is it's versus it is. It is possessive and it's is the contraction of it is. So the cat is chasing its tail. So what do you think? First or the second? The cat is chasing its tail because it's possessive. So minus the apostrophe. So it is, where is the book? It's on the table. So this is the second one. It is on the table. So it's on the table is a contraction of it is. So these are the two other most common grammatical errors we get confused with. Then we also have a lot more. Let's look into it. Yeah, effect versus effect. Now use effect, the noun, when it is about to change, and affect is the verb when you're talking about the act of changing. Okay, so Dunkel had a great effect on me. That is the E, effect with the E, and Dunkel affected me greatly. So here you see it is used as a noun, and in this case it's used as a verb. So the E is the noun and the A is the verb. Then to versus to. So this is I've been to that place. I've been to the hotel XYZ. Oh, is it? Well, me too. So this is me too, and this is I've been to the place. So to, destination, recipient, action, me, that is to is as also as well, right? So don't get confused with this. Then we have between and among. So between refers to two or sometimes more things that are clearly separated, whereas among refers to things that aren't clearly separated because they're part of the group or mass of objects. Anyways, let's look into this example. Okay, so you choose between a red shirt and a black shirt, but you choose among all your shirts. You walk between Center Street and Broad Street, but you walk among your friends. So you choose between two things. That's a red shirt and a black shirt, but you choose among all your shirts. So when you're just having options of two, you use between. More options, you use among. Earlier we had two and two, so we have examples to this. I drove her to Haldiram for lunch. Okay, and here Arpita does some freelancing too. Second example, I have shared the case studies with our original. I have shared the case studies with our digital agency. She too is a student of mass communication. I'm going to get myself a couple of jeans. It's too cold outside. So some examples of to and to. Before that, let me also give you some of the more examples that we have here. A lot versus a lot and a lot. So let me just pull up the chat box so it becomes easier for us to understand. Yes, so we have a lot versus a lot versus a lot. So here, this is the first one. She is actually not real grammatically correct. So she spends a lot of time at home, right? So it is lot of time, a space, lot of time at home. The first one. So actually the first one is grammatically incorrect. It is a lot, that is the second one, right? A lot of time at home. So we often use, instead of using a lot, we end up saying a lot as one word, which is grammatically incorrect. A lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of wealth, a lot of different pairs of shoes, all that is the second one, a lot. Then the other one, a lot, is when you want to give or appropriation something to someone. So that is, allot her $50,000. Out of $10 million, allot her $2,000 million, something like that. So this is your allot. When you're appropriation, when you're appropriating something to someone, or when you're rightfully giving them part of it, this is your allot. Then let's look into the other few ones, which is peak versus again peak. Okay, so the first one, peek, P-E-E-K, that is a quick look. All right, so a sneak peek of my book. So we use that, the first one, that is the P-E-E-K. Then the second one is P-E-A-K, that is the topmost point of a mountain view, right? That is your topmost point is their second peak, which is P-E-A-K. Then the third one, P-I-Q-U-E, that is to upset or to excite someone. So that's the meaning. So make sure you don't interuse this, because it's going to cause a lot of confusion in your sentences. Then you have another one to look into, F-A-R-T-H-E-R, fair, F-A-R-T-H-E-R versus F-U-R-T-H-E-R, farther and further, right? So this is, farther is for basically when we are talking about the physical distance. How far is X, Y, and Z from here? It's farther down the street. So that's a physical distance that we are talking about. It's for T-H-E-R. And then further, yes, and then she continued further, the other further. So make sure you don't misuse these two words, or in between sentences. Then we have something as ashore, inshore, and ensure. Ashore versus inshore versus ensure. Okay, so the first one, I assure you that we shall complete module 1. Would you ensure me? That is this, I assure you is the first one, A-S-S-U-R-E. I assure you that today I shall complete module 1. Now I'm talking about the E. Would you ensure me that you complete module 1 today? Right? This is the assure and the ensure. Now this one in between is obviously when we are talking about the insurance part, which is not related to the assure or the ensure, which is insure. Insures, yes, you get an insurance for your car, you get an insurance for yourself, you get yourself insured for 50,000 rupees or 1 lakh rupees, whatever. That's the other one. So make sure again you don't misuse these words in your sentences. Then versus then. Then is, and then we continue to proceed further, which is the first one, T-H-E-N. And then we continue to proceed further. So when we are talking about then, T-H-A and then, that is when we are comparing two things, okay? So the first module is easier than the module 2. So here we would say T-H-A-N because we are comparing, right? So yeah, okay. Now another one to look into is your N dash versus your M dash. So your N dash longer than a hyphen, but not as long as your M dash. So this is, for the ranges in numbers and dates and all of that. So your N dash, this is your N dash, whereas your M dash is the longer one. Where is it? It is, this is the underscore. Okay, so basically the longer one here. You have something as longer when you're writing. Okay, so the first one is your N dash, and it's called N dash because it's as small as an N, and the M dash is as big as the M. So keep in mind that the N dash and the M dash. So the N dash is longer than a hyphen, but not as long as an M dash, all right? And this is used mainly date range is dash. Then the M dash, it is instead of a semicolon. Also, when you need to quote someone's work, so you put up a quote of Shakespeare, and then you use an M dash and say Shakespeare, right? So now I think you've got the point when to use it in our physical writing, in our hard copy writing, you can say more or less. So that's, yeah. Then another thing is your complement versus your complement. So let's just take this off. Complement versus complement. So the first one is when you compliment someone about her hairstyle or about her dress or about her accessories. And then talking about the second one, you can say a free complimentary dinner for two, all right? Or, they both complement each other. It can be either ways. Or then, a complimentary drink or a complimentary dinner. All of that is your PLE. Okay, so then another one is less versus fewer. So less is when we cannot count. All right, so less water, we cannot count water. Fewer, we use fewer when we can count the number of things. So in the supermarkets, when they say 10 items or less, they are actually being wrong. They need to say 10 items or fewer. Stand in this queue. So when you can count things, it's fewer. When you cannot count things, that becomes your, when you cannot count, you need to use less. Okay, then we have loose versus loose. This again is very confusing for most of the people, right? So you lose a game, that is LOSE, whereas her shirt is too loose or his pant is too loose, we use the second LOOSE. So that's the difference between loose and loose. You lose a game, it's LOSE. Your pants are too loose, it's LOOS. Yeah, and quite a few. Yeah, that's about it. So these are some of the other ones. Maybe you can take, you can like just quickly pen them down, and I'm sure you would have penned them already as in how we are going through. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and continue. Okay, dangling modifiers. So now what are dangling modifiers? They are word phrases and adjectives that are misleading in nature. So here we have two declining for months. Jane tried a new tactic to increase the ROI. Now ROI is the return on investment. So the first one is wrong. The second one, Jane tried a new tactic to increase the return on investment after it had been declining for months. This is a right sentence. Now let me tell you why the first one wrong and the second right. Now in the first one we are very unclear, and this is a dangling modifier. So after declining for months, Jane tried a new tactic. So what has been declining for months? Whether Jane has been declining for months or the ROI has been declining for months, there's no clear justification in the first sentence. Whereas the second sentence is very clearly said, Jane tried a new tactic to increase the ROI. She's increasing the ROI. Why? Because it's the ROI that has been declining. So now we are clear that Jane tried a new tactic to increase the ROI after it refers again back to ROI after it had been declining for months. So avoid dangling modifiers, unclear or misleading, which is probably misleading in nature, and come out more crisp and clear in the way you want to communicate your message. Then yeah, referring to a brand or an entity as they. So you need to make sure that a business is not a plural, right? So he told our class, therefore the business is not they, it is it. An organization, a company, or an institution, they are always in a singular form. So now let's look at the two different sentences, and you need to analyze why is the first one wrong and the second one right. To keep up with that changing audience, Southwest Airlines rebranded in 2014, which is wrong. The second one, to keep up with its changing audience, Southwest Airlines rebranded in 2014. The first one is wrong because they are referring to the brand in the plural form, which is there. So to keep up with their changing audience, right? So which is a wrong one. Yeah, which is a wrong one. So it is there, and here it is. It's again, it is a possessive, so obviously minusing the apostrophe. So to keep up with their changing audience, Southwest Airlines rebranded in 2014. To keep up with its changing audience, Southwest Airlines rebranded in 2014. Okay, so now two examples to give out. Examples, that is versus an example. So let's just quickly clear all drawings so that it just doesn't come on our screen and doesn't look shabby. Okay. So yeah, that is, so examples are not used to explain something, it just gives to add color to the story. Whereas if you want to elaborate something, or to clarify some certain data, it is then that you use that is. Okay, so examples when you're just wanting to give out more color and more details to your story, but when you want to clarify some data, it's then that you use that is. Okay, me versus I. Now this can get tricky, so let's look into it. When you get done with the lab report, send it to Bill and I. It is wrong. When you get done with the lab report, can you send it to Bill and me? Which is right. Okay, so we can say when would the other thing, when are we supposed to be actually using I, and when are we supposed to be using me? We can say when we are talking in the active voice, it would be I, and when we are talking in the passive voice, it would be me. I shall drive the car. Active voice, you're using I. The car shall be driven by me, right? Passive voice, and you're using me. So try and avoid your passive voice. Mostly write in your active voice and use more of I. It becomes easier for your audience and your readers to understand. Yeah, for more common grammatical errors, you can look into that. Okay, now coming down to punctuations. Punctuations, we have a lot to go into detail, and punctuations definitely adds a lot of importance to your writing. You need to make sure that your punctuations are right, because it can change completely your entire sentence, your words, your meanings, and all of that. Okay, so this is the comma, the first thing. So use comma between two independent clauses in a sentence. Now let's look into this. Obviously, I'll give you more and more examples when we are doing the sentence structure as well. So for now, let's just look into these examples here. So I have given all my life to this organization, and I have no complaints whatsoever what I have got in return. Okay, so now when do we use commas? Let's look into these 2 points here. Whenever you encounter a comma, stoppage of 1 second should be taken, whereas for a full stop, a stoppage of 2 seconds. So you have come across sentences wherein you want your readers to just quickly pause 1 second and then move on, right? So make sure that when you want them to pause quickly 1 second in between, or you're kind of giving a quick break in your sentence, there should be a comma there. Okay, and another time when you need to use your comma are when there are two independent clauses and which are joined by a coordinating conjunction. So before your coordinating conjunction, you need to use your comma. So in this case, which is our coordinating conjunction here? It is and, right? So let me tell you what are the other coordinating conjunctions that would you need to put an and comma before. So you try and remember this fanboys here. So those are the coordinating conjunctions. So it is fanboys. So F stands for, then it is and, nor, or, yet. So fanboys for and, nor, but, or, yet, and so. So these are the coordinating conjunctions. You can quickly take a note of these. So try and remember it, fanboys. Okay. So yeah, so here in this case, and is a coordinating conjunction which is coming in between the two different individual clauses. So which is why before the coordinating conjunction, you need to put a comma. So now let me tell you, if this sentence didn't have the coordinating conjunction. So in the absence of a coordinating conjunction, you would not be using a comma. Instead, you would be using a semicolon. Yeah. Have you heard of the Oxford comma? Okay, so we will also look into the Oxford comma now. Come before. Well, I was taking a nap in my cubicle. Here, this is clauses that come before the main clause. Yes, if you are beginning your sentence with a dependent clause. While I was taking a nap in my cubicle, the boss came and scolded me for taking so many leaves last month. The Oxford comma? Yes, so this is the last comma you use in a sentence that has a list of 3 or more items in it. So this is an Oxford comma. So generally, we kind of omit the comma that comes before and when we are listing a few things, right? So let's look at an example here. This weekend, I'm going to, yeah, and another thing, this weekend, and then we want a little pause here. So this is why we have a comma here. So this weekend, I'm going to shop for a couple of jeans, comma, formal black shoes, comma, and shirts. So generally, we kind of omit the comma that comes before the and. Over here, we omit it. But then even if you use it, it's not an error. It is a Oxford comma, which is accepted. So the comma that comes after shoes, you may, however, choose to omit the final comma. Use the comma when switching between the main discourse and a quotation. Okay, so yeah, so you choose to omit it or not, it's up to you. But even if you use it, or if you're proofreading and if you're doing the editing thing, and if you happen to see a comma before a list of items here before the and, it is still fine, it's not an error. Yeah, use a comma when switching between the main discourse and a quotation. So Anil said without looking back, and then here you have a comma, and then you begin with a quotation like a dialogue. Period or full stop. And yes, period or full stop, you use it. Most of the times you use it in the end of a sentence, right? And also you use it before for the abbreviations. Like say, for example, we have ADJ, which is full stop, and then we continue. So ADJ means adjective. So when you use it for abbreviations, we still use a full stop. And another thing to remember about full stops are, when we are using full stops, we need to make sure that we just stick to one. One is more than enough. Having n number of full stops really doesn't serve the purpose in your formal writing, especially. In your creative writing, however, you have the leverage to use quite a few full stops. That's basically when you want to, like, they're not to be continued or something like that, or maybe you're just leaving your sentence just there for your reader to take on and go ahead with his own imagination and in the way he wants to continue it too. Otherwise, in your formal writing, sticking to one full stop just serves the purpose. So coming to question mark, again, it's got just one purpose, and that is to go at the end of a sentence, which is a question. So you end a question with a question mark. So now let's look at an example here. What do you think about Modi as the PM of the country? Which is one question mark. Again, make sure to stick to one question mark. If you have like more than 2 to 3 question marks, obviously it gives out a different way to perceive your question. It may come out as aggressive, it may come out as angry or agitated. Now, if you get a text message from your friend saying, "Where are you?" with one question mark, be like, yeah, my friend just wants to know where am I, or where I would be, or how long I would be reaching. After about half an hour, you get another message from your friend saying, "Where are you?" with 3 to 4 question marks. You'll be like, oh my God, this dude is like really, really agitated and angry because I'm probably taking too long. Get there or something, right? So using one question mark is more than enough. If you have 2 to 3 more question marks added towards the end of your sentence, it comes out as a little aggressive. So be careful with that. Then your exclamation mark. So yes, your exclamatory, you use it when you are issuing a command or speaking forcefully. And yes, again, you do not use, not only while speaking forcefully, it's again for your surprise. If you're like, wow, and then an exclamation mark, it's to add, add on to your surprise, or, you can use an exclamation even then, exclamatory, okay. And yes, do not use 2 or more exclamation marks in the row. One is more than enough. It serves the purpose. And in formal writing, you actually don't really use exclamation marks. Coming to the hyphen. Now, the hyphen is a punctuation mark that is used to join words, right? and to separate the syllables of a single word. Now, the use of hyphens is called as a hyphenation. Non-hyphenated is an example of a hyphenated word. Non-hyphenated in the sense N-O-N, then you have your hyphen and hyphenated. So basically, when two words are interrelated and then when they are put together, so you have a hyphen between an email, which is an electronic mail, right? So E, then you have your hyphen and then the mail. Then then here if we look at it, she is a 3-year-old child. So 3 is actually different, year different, old different, but when you're putting it together and joining them with a hyphen, they become as one word. So she is a 3-year-old child, right? Used to join words and to separate syllables of a single word. Apostrophe, right? So apostrophe have an apostrophe, right? But where you put the apostrophe can be a little confusing. Now, when you say, look at this example here, all of the lizard's tails grow back. All of the lizard's tails grow back. In this sentence here, all implies that there are more than just one lizard, right? But the location of the apostrophe suggests that there is just one. So in this sentence, the apostrophe appears to be a wrongly used punctuation because apostrophe S suggests that there is a single lizard. But when we have already mentioned all over here, it's giving us an implication that there is more than just one lizard. So in this case, you need to minus the apostrophe. So all of the lizard's tails grow back. Okay, so here it is confusing, right? Okay, so then now let's look at another example. The dog's bones. Now, if the noun is a plural and the apostrophe is after the S, then it makes sense. The dog's bones, the lizard's tails. So in this case, what you need to do is, in this case, you need to make sure that the apostrophe comes after the S. You need to make sure that it comes after the S over here. And if you're talking about a single lizard, then it would be the lizard, instead of all, it would be the lizard's tail generally would grow back. Okay, that way. Then let's look at a few more examples. Okay, on the other, the dog's tails, then the dress, for example, the dress color is blue. The dresses are blue. If you say the dress color, again, if you put the apostrophe after the S, it implies that all the dresses are of the blue color, the dress. So that's just be a little careful about where the apostrophe goes. So if you want, I can just, make a note of it and you can write. All of the lizard's tail grow back, right? So here you put the apostrophe after the S. So this means to say that we are implying to more than just one lizard. So the lizard's tail is going to grow back anyway. So here, when you put the apostrophe before the S, we are implying that we are speaking about one lizard in specific. Okay. Then the dog's bones. So here, apostrophe after the S, we're implying to all the dogs in general. So you can make a note of this. Where the apostrophe goes makes a lot of difference as well. Parenthesis. Now, so here, this is basically to enclose information that clarifies. So example, he finally answered after taking 5 minutes to think that he did not understand the question. So otherwise, now here we are generally saying he finally answered, that he did not understand the question, right? So this itself is a complete sentence. But then what does this finally mean? He finally answered. Finally, how long was his finally? Because when we say maybe after 2 days or after 3 days or after just 10 seconds, after 1 minute, how long? So to clarify this information in brackets, which is the parenthesis, we are putting after taking 5 minutes. So this finally is the 5 minutes here. Clarification of this is the finally is for 5 minutes. So this is basically to clarify your information. Okay. Then next, let's let's look at another example. He gave me a nice bonus. Now, what is a nice bonus? He gave me a nice bonus. Okay, so in between, you want to clarify, and the nice bonus is $500. So he gave me a nice bonus, right? And you're clarifying, saying that the bonus is $500. Okay, and now again you need to focus on this. He gave me a nice bonus, which is 500, and now since I'm not putting in a full stop over here, same thing, my full stop does not go here, it goes completely at the end of the sentence, which is after the parenthesis. Okay, so this is one way to look at it. So here, if the material in the parenthesis ends a sentence, the period goes after the parenthesis. So it ends after the sentence, right? There are still correlations. So he gave me a nice bonus. You're clarifying what the nice bonus is. It's 500 rupees. So everything is within the sentence. That's why you have the full stop after the end of the sentence. Now look at the second one. Periods go inside the parenthesis only if an entire sentence is inside the parenthesis. Now look at this. Please read the analysis. Please read the analysis. Done with this. It's complete. Full stop. We are complete, right? Over here. So we are just opening up the parenthesis and saying you'll be amazed, right? So we end it in here and then we close it. This becomes a complete sentence with the correct punctuation. Now he gave me a nice bonus. What's a nice bonus? We are still clarifying. It's $500 and it's after the completion of the sentence that we end the full stop. Now here, the sentence is complete in itself. We are not using this phrase to clarify any kind of data. We are just only adding color to it here in this way. So we are ending the sentence and then we are opening up the parenthesis and saying you'll be amazed. So if we are putting in the comma towards the end of the sentence without the bracketed sentence being included, here we end the sentence before closing the parenthesis with the full stop. All right, then if there is another example that I would share with you. Yeah, okay. Then another one is you are late, aren't you? Here, note the question mark within the parenthesis. The period after the parenthesis is necessary to bring the entire sentence to a close, right? Now, the question mark goes inside the parenthesis because this is aren't you is within the parenthesis, right? So which is again related to your first sentence, which you are late, aren't you? Okay, now the whole thing comes to a close after everything, and this is why the comma, not the comma, the period goes after the complete sentence. This is the third way to look at it. You can kindly note down these points in a notebook or something. Yeah. Then another thing is when you use, probably in your books, you might have used this, you might have seen the sick in between, S-I-C, and then they close the bracket, right? So what is this? So here, when quoting something that has a spelling or a grammatical error or presents material in a confusing way, here is when you need to insert the term sick and it ought to be in brackets. So for example, she wrote, I would rather die than to be seen wearing the same outfit every single day. So here, when they have used then instead of than, right? So we use the sick over here. So if you want, I'll just type it out. She wrote, I would rather than to be seen wearing the same outfit every single day. Now here, this is wrongly used. T-H-E-N is wrong, right? It has to be T-H-A-N. So just after the wrong part, you put the se, which means to say you are clarifying that it is confusing and it is wrong. So this is the third way when you can use your parenthesis. Okay, so I think we are clear. Okay, now we have the war of spellings. The war of spellings, this is American versus the British. Okay, so British English words that end in RE often end in ER for American English. In fact, there are a lot of memes and stuff that are being circulated around social media saying that, there is no other English apart from the original British English. So all other English is absolutely not real English. Yeah, because English is originated from the English people, and there's nothing as US English or British English. But of course, over the period of time, English has been, in what do you say, customized to different people and different regions and stuff. Even of late, there's something as Hindi and English, Hinglish, which is called, and also some terms like chaddi dost and all of that has been added to the dictionary, because which are very commonly used. And also Sindhur, it's also now a part of English. So these are originated from Hindi, Sindhur and all of that, and which is now termed to be English. So this is the Hinglish part. So you have varied new words which are now added to the dictionary. Anyway, so just looking at the main thing, British English and American English, most of the questions that are running through your mind is, when do I use British English? When do I use American English and all of that? The thing is, it's basically overall when you are but if your audience is particularly from the US region, then you can go and stick to the US English. Again, how do you stick to this? When you are on Google Docs, when you're on MS Word, and even on Grammarly, you have the option of choosing British English or US English. So when you choose British English, in between, even though you kind of use the American English, it points out and it asks you to correct it, or it auto-corrects it. All right. So that's not an issue. So for our understanding, rather than just leaving everything to the software, let's get down to the basics and see how we can correct ourselves. So yeah, so British English words that end in RE often end in ER for the American English. Here we have meter ending with RE. So the spelling in the US would end with ER. Meter, caliber, fiber, center, all of this. Now let's look at the other ones. So here, words that end in OUR usually end in OR for American English. Here we have labor, LABOUR. So whatever ends with OUR, it ends with OR for American English. So you have labor, rumor, neighbor, color, flavor. Then to add on, you also have honor, HONOUR, HONOR, and so always remember OUR that ends in British English. For US English, it ends with OR. So verbs in British English that end in ISE are always spelled in IZE in American English. So whatever ends with ISE ends with IZE for the American English. But these days, even though Indians, they from throughout school also we follow the British English, but for words like civilization, organization, standardization, mobilization, and all of this, we tend to switch to the US English. It's more acceptable using this form, especially with the ISE and the IZE, using the Z instead of the S. So anyways, civilize, organize, standardize, mobilize. So we have the standardize, mobilize, yes. Now moving on to vocabulary. So yes, vocabulary being a very important factor, especially while writing. We need to make sure that we have a good vocabulary. We need to make sure that, all of our writing, we have good diction, we have a very strong vocabulary. It's only then that we could definitely have a good polished writing. So expand your writing vocabulary. See, the best part is, you need to make sure that when you are reading, you need to make sure while reading, you come across new words. You need to maintain like an own dictionary for yourself. You come across something new, do not go and look into the meaning immediately. Keep those words saved in a book, or you can say on your Google document or on a notepad, anywhere, just keep it saved. Try and collect 5 new words every single day. So when you collect these 5 words, you need to then go back end of the day, whatever words you've collected, look for the meaning and try using it in your sentences. It's only then when you start using this word, you kind of get the grip of it. It kind of stays in your mind. And, in the way you talk, also try and incorporate the new words that you have learned. It's only then that would definitely have an impact in the way you talk and the way you write. So 20 quick tips to build your vocabulary. Yeah, so we have used new words. And how are you going to be using new words? Obviously, you need to use new words by, when you're interacting with people, you get to know those new words, keep it in your mind, write it down somewhere. And, when you're reading, highlight those words and keep it down in a book, pen it down, read every day. And definitely, you need to have your dictionaries and stuff so you can develop your practical vocabulary, and you keep a journal for yourself. And yeah, so when you use new words, obviously you can just use it to email a friend, or you can just write a letter to yourself. It's also kind of builds your writing skills. And when you read every day, be it fiction, not fiction, magazine, article, a book, or a news, make sure you read something every day. And it's also said, based on the researchers, that a person who tends to read a lot more is a better individual than the people who do not read. And which is, yes, true. Then, yeah, so you need to learn. Another way is to learn the roots of it. So you learn the roots of words, because most words in the English language are built from another language. You can say Greek or Latin. So this would also help you to understand more words from the same root. Yeah, then you can develop your practical vocabulary. If there are some jargons specific to an industry, and if you want to write on those lines, make sure you understand thoroughly those jargons, those terminologies, and it's only then that you use it. And then definitely towards the end, you would want to look up for words that you don't know. You could look up, maybe you can just type in the word on Google, you can go to images, or you can just type in saying, how is this word used in a sentence? How is XYZ word used in a sentence? So when you get different examples, and if you get to read different sentences, the way a word is used, it would definitely help you to build your vocabulary, and would definitely help you to build your your diction. Yeah, now identify empty words. So you're probably familiar with the empty words in your speech, such as or in between when you're stammering and stuff. But when you are writing, probably it should not for sure have any kind of empty words, right? So look up for these empty words in your writing that do not offer any kind of substance, which is, you can say, like your dead weight. And you can just replace them with something which is more appropriate, something which adds value to your content. So then you need to diversify your reading list. Yes, if you tend to read the same sort of things day in and day out, you may not really be exposing yourself to a wide range of vocabulary. Because if you're reading on one lines on one particular topic, it may tend to, the vocabulary may tend to be on the same line. So you're not really learning something new. So if you definitely want to improve, and if you want to collect a lot more words, another tip I could give you is, you can say by the end of the month, maybe you and your friend can have different challenges. Who's going to collect more number of words, and who's going to have a better diction for themselves end of the day. Or probably this should be a new start for you if you haven't done it yet. So yeah, you and your friends can probably collect, and then you all can exchange each other's diction and collection of words, and this would definitely diversify the words that you already know to different people also. And diversify the topics you've read, including, you can say natural science, or some contemporary literature, or you can say into politics or history, philosophy, or some great authors, Shakespeare, and all of that. Then yeah, you can always do your word puzzles. Word puzzles, you can say in the newspaper that you get a lot of these word puzzles, magazines, and these days you also have a lot of games. You have a lot of apps. You have an app from Google which is Word Coach, and that's a great way to collect and learn new words. You get to use different words, and they kind of ask you in the quiz form, or you can just test your skills. And if you're exposed to new words that you didn't know, make sure you collect that. Crossword puzzles are also a great work. A great thing to get your brain working hard. Then yeah, try board games. Also, you can try different board games, like if you have a friend who could definitely play with, you can invite them over for a game rather than sitting and playing cards. Probably today you can just sit down and try and play word games, or also different games that help you to build your own vocabulary. Yeah, then practice new words, and it takes obviously 10 and 20 repetitions to make a new word a part of your vocabulary. Now you have learned a word, and then you just use it 2 or 3 times, and then you're done and dusted with it. It's obviously not going to be a part of your vocabulary. When you tend to use it at least 10 to 20 to 50 times, 10, 15 to 20 times, it's only then it becomes a part of your vocabulary. So if you've learned a new word, make sure you use it more often. It's only then that it's going to be settling down in your mind, your memory, and especially when you write it down, it's going to have a longer impact. Yeah, make up associations, so which is start like small, medium, large, very large, gigantic. So when you have a word, start making associations to the word, similar words. So with one meaning, you're learning a string of other words as well. So these are some of the tips. So visualize new words. So research shows that visualization is a great way to remember new words and their meanings. So, if you have like one way to remember is in fact the prefix strato sounds like straight O, right? Which may make you think that of a straight ruler or a straight O volcano, which describes the words, right? So you just have a new word, try and link it to some words that you already know in the way to remember, or you can just visualize it. So that would help you definitely to remember your words. And yeah, end of the day, you can make your own vocabulary test. You keep a list of your new words, then you learn them each week, incorporate it into your writing and your conversations. And then towards the end, probably you can make a quiz, or like I said, how you are playing with your friend, who's going to have a better vocabulary and addiction. So maybe you can create a quiz for him, or he can create a quiz for you, or she can create a quiz for you, or third person creates a quiz out of the diction. So y'all can just make your own vocabulary tests, and to be honest, it's really a fun thing to do. Yeah, then you can take up a writing course. Then you can look into the synonyms and antonyms of the same word. Synonyms, you can see the similar words for one word, and antonyms mean the opposite words. So that's another way to remember and build your own diction, right? So carry a dictionary with you wherever you go. And yeah, play games, edit, write, rewrite, and of course there are a lot of softwares also, which I would definitely be taking you through. So you will have like different ways to look into your own writing as well.